money in the bank. Money in the bank.
Hit you with the 808.
Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Get money.
Let's get the
get money.
Let's get the
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
'Cause I am breathing, yeah, I still stand tall. You see me stop, you see me fall. You ain't never ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with your dirty lies. You can try and cut me with your sharp and eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise.
сайт.
Витас преимущество даты EMEA. Крабба, шикарная пачка по хронику.
We even bring knives to the gunfight.
Vested Seekers go out, looks to the right, gets him. Zifan.
Strange stages of this round. How is Dirk continuously getting away with that?
Atladılar son oldu.
Мы будем последними. Стас.
Остается очень мало. Ну тут пару хитов. Это фейк, понимаете, это Chronicles. Да!
He might not even be needed. Oh, in fact, he's dealt with Doma coming in with the headshots.
Sertlik oyuncuların yeri belli ama cevap geldi. Aim diyor elden. Rende geldi orada. 3 oyuncuyu birden. 4'ü de vurdu.
We get what is ours.
Nearly struggling, tries to pick up another weapon. And you've seen it is! You've seen it is! He got balls of steel!
Biz. Мы и есть.
We are.
We are EMEA.
Hello everyone and welcome to the semi-finals of the EMEA Challengers playoffs. Today is one of the most important days in EMEA VALORANT history as we find out which two teams will be representing us at Masters 2 in Iceland. I am your host Yinsu and joining me on the desk for this grand occasion is the one and only RyanCentral. Welcome back, Ryan.
What a day to be on the desk. We just saw Vision Strikers lose over in Korea, so I have no idea what's going to happen today. FPX is already out. It's qualification day. Two teams from EMEA heading over to Iceland for Masters 2, and I genuinely don't know who it's going to be at this point. All of the surprises coming out.
I mean, after the Vision Strikers surprise, honestly, anything can happen. And of course, with me and Ryan today is the man with all of these stats. Welcome back, Lothar.
Hey, thank you very much for the warm welcome. And I have to say, when it comes to stats, I have boosted my watch time lately because yesterday I spent the entire day watching EMEA and NA, and the matches were just amazing to behold. And if this is going to be the route of every single region so far, then we're in for a treat here today during the semifinals.
We've set the bar pretty high after yesterday, and I'm also delighted to introduce to you guys a special guest analyst with me, Lothar and Ryan on the desk today, just for the pre-show. Please welcome G2's coach, Neil Zinio. Neil, thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
No worries. Thank you very much for having me as well. Like the guy said, it's a really good day to be here, qualification day, and going to potentially get a lot of upsets, like what happened with NA Vision Strikers, but I'm rooting for the UK guys, so let's hope they can pull through.
Yeah, we shall see. We shall see. Well, yesterday was elimination day and two European teams were knocked out of the Challengers playoffs. Guild took it to 3 maps against Oxygen, but Lothar, they couldn't quite break them on Haven.
Yeah, we're hyping up Guild in the past, and yesterday it was actually a very interesting match. I felt like all the progress that Guild made as a team over the last month, they actually kind of threw it away doing the most important one for them. And the old habits die hard, right? We have seen a lot of first deaths coming from Guild, a little bit of slow pacing, but still, being in one of the best teams in the region is a huge achievement for Guild. Unfortunately, it's gonna be let's try again for Guild. Let's try with the next stage of challenges. Let's try with the next stage for Masters. But in general, I would say that EU still stays strong as a region in general here in EMEA.
Well, Gambit also put on a great performance, but I do feel like the absence of FPX, Ryan, has to be one of the biggest surprises we've ever had maybe in Europe.
Yeah, talking to people, it almost felt like they were confirmed to go to Iceland at this point, but you could feel the momentum building. It wasn't enough. Gambit looked really good on the day, and FPX, honestly, looked off. Their fundamentals weren't there. They had a lot of 5v4 situations, but Gambit was still able to turn those around. Defo was great with the operator. There was no real shutdown there, and yeah, really weird to see FPX kind of falling at the last hurdle yet again. Like in semi-finals, they can't get their way into these sort of top games, and a lot of question marks around them currently at the moment. That's a big loss, and FPX really underperforming to the expectations of pretty much everybody.
I mean, it's almost like Angel has some kind of a semi-finals curse. I don't know if it's true or not. It's been thrown around here and there. But Neil, FPX have been so consistent. What do you think is the reason for them to fall at this stage, losing to Team Liquid and Gambit as well?
I mean, I know a lot of people are saying, it's an upset. For me, I think, like you guys said, they have a history of choking. it's not exactly like it's set in stone. You're going to choke the game, right? But Gambit are not a bad team. If you ask anyone in the top tier teams, when you practice against Gambit, they are absolutely incredible. So the fact that they've managed to now take that form from practice and put it into officials, they were always going to be one of the best teams, you know. And they're a team that, if they get started and they get the ball rolling, they get the pistol wins, they will snowball you. So they're just a really good team, you know. And it's a shame that FPX aren't there, but Gambit are incredible. So I can't wait to see what they've got today as well.
Oh yeah, they're going to give Fnatic a run for their money for sure. And speaking of Fnatic, we have two very important best of threes coming up today. First up, Team Liquid will be taking on Turkey's Last Hope Oxygen, followed by Fnatic versus Gambit. Now, before we head into the pre-match for the first best of three, I spoke to Mini's coach, Fnatic's coach, Mini, about their matchup today. I'm now joined by Fnatic's coach, Mini. Hi, Mini. Welcome back to the show. Now, right off the bat, we've had a few curveballs when it came to results. Has that impacted your preparation phase at all?
Yeah, a little bit. It has. Obviously, I think we would presume FPX to win that game versus Gambit, but we weren't like fully sold. Obviously, they had a close game first game, so we were preparing for both options as much as boasters meaning on Twitter. The preparation is actually, it's less work against Gambit, not because they're a worse team, but because the way the map pools work, I think it's going to be a little bit easier to prepare.
Well, when it comes to Gambit, they are looking pretty strong right now, you know, off the back of a couple of great results. What are your biggest concerns going into this matchup?
Concerns? I am excited, Yinsu. I got no concerns. No, they are a very structured team. They play very kind of they just have these really good setups. They're one of the teams that, like last interview I was saying at Guild, are one of those teams kind of pushing into good strategy areas. Like Gambit have always been a team we've looked at for like nerdy setups or like just, you know, just really good strategy essentially.
I thought I recognized some of their setups yesterday. I was wondering where I've seen it from before. And lastly, you and Team Liquid are the only two European teams left. How does it feel to be, I guess, carrying the hopes of an entire region right now?
Honestly, we're both really excited. I don't think it's much of a secret that we like each other. Like I've known quite a few members in their team for a very long time, and it would be like so great if both of our teams are able to get to Iceland. Like obviously, like having two teams from Europe that actually get on and would support each other would be like so good for the scene, I think.
Well, we're going to have to see because Turkey and CIS will have something to say about that one. But thank you so much, Mini, for joining me as always, and best of luck with your game later.
Thank you.
Well, it's interesting to hear from Mini, you know, paying so much respect to Gambit and saying that they look to Gambit as one of those structured tactical teams when Neo Fnatic are also known to be this very, very structured and tactical team as well.
Yeah, for sure. Like Mini said, they are respected. I don't think they're going to take them for granted, that's for sure. And I kind of touched on it earlier, but Gambit are very, very good if they get the ball rolling. So I think for Fnatic, it's going to be key that they can lock down the pistols and just shut them down early. And to be fair, that's one of Fnatic's best strengths. You know, they have some really, really innovative, creative pistol strats. So I'm looking for that to be a key battle early, you know. But if they lose pistols and Shados gets rolling, they'll farm the eco frags on him, you know, gets confidence, and then it's going to be tough. So hopefully the Fnatic guys can pull it through, you know, and they get a good UK representation at the finals because they will work together. And that's good.
Well, Fnatic have never played Gambit in an official before, but their star player Durka has. And Ryan, this could be kind of the CIS buff that they need.
Yeah, it's a grudge match coming in. Durka, before he was on Fnatic, bear in mind he was signed to Fnatic, like a couple of weeks ago, so the form is crazy for Fnatic there. He played on a team called Pro Crowd, which had some individually insane players, and Durka was one of them, picked out from the CIS region, played up against Gambit with this team in the CIS qualifiers of Challengers 1 and Stage 2, and they beat Gambit. Gambit are a bit of a wonky team when it comes to results like this, but they know how impactful Durka could be on stuff like the Jet, and they know how important it is to shut him down. Otherwise, it could be Durka winning up against Gambit all over again.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be a precedent because we have seen in the past teams trying try to shut down the main carry of a team or the main opener of a team, especially when it comes to Jet and Race players. We have seen that with CNET, we have seen that with Yasin as well, and we can see this with Durka. The movement abilities that they have, so dash and the satchels, are typically used in a fashion where the team already knows where the player wants to go, and that can be counter-stratted. Now, will Gambit go for that? That's one question. Will they also execute it properly? That's another one. And then if Fnatic will not have a support, pre-planned for for that dash, we'll see. It's gonna be hard. Durka is a machine that is really hard to stop, but it is possible. So I'm very excited to see what Gambit comes up with when it comes to counter-stratting.
Yeah, also Durka is versatile too. You know, we've seen him play a lot of Sage and Sova as well. So it'll be interesting to see what they come up with today. Now, Fnatic and Gambit will be in action a little bit later. But first, Team Liquid will be taking on Oxygen. Now, Liquid have really flourished as of late. And Ryan, after taking down FPX, they're really proving themselves to be one of those really, really lethal teams.
Yeah, and they've got strategies to boot as well. The composition that we saw on Haven was pretty nuts. No duelist. We saw the Viper on Haven, which you don't expect to see. And I feel like this is Sliggy's end game almost. He's always had crazy zany strategies. We've seen him in the past with no controller comps, which didn't really end that well. For the most part, that was Team Liquid though, playing in tournaments, doing some pretty kooky stuff, and it not going well. But this result against FPX is pretty massive. I mean, look at all of this utility and the execute coming through from FPX there. All of the stuff they need to bear in mind. You've got alarm bots from Killjoy, all of this 5P utility, as well as players like Cryptix and Screen playing from these angles, getting these stagger picks in. It really showed that FPX didn't know how to deal with it because it was a fresh, zany composition that we've never at least seen them play in officials. The question is, do they continue on that path, or do they play something a bit more standard, I suppose, against Oxygen?
I mean, I'm glad you brought up Sliggy there. He has been absolutely instrumental for this team, working very hard behind the scenes. And this is what he had to say about their opponent, Oxygen, today. I'm now joined by Team Liquid's coach, Sliggy. Hi, Sliggy. Welcome back to the show. Now, yesterday, after Oxygen's victory, Zisto said in the interview that he feels like you are a team that likes to fight a lot. And that kind of suits the playstyle of Turkish teams, and they tend to thrive when they have opponents like you guys. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. I think everyone in our team's like confident in their ability and their aim. So we definitely like to take game duels. Again, we practice against a lot of Turkish teams. We know that's their play style. We know they like to take a lot of duels as well. Yeah, I think it's gonna be an interesting matchup. Honestly, I think it's gonna be good fun.
Well, you guys have already shown a lot of creativity so far in this tournament. Is there anything left? Have you been specifically saving some stuff for the semifinals?
You just have to wait and see, right?
I was hoping that I could bait you a little bit to tell me a bit more, but I will.
Yeah, I can't give that away.
I will for sure wait patiently and see what else you guys have in store. And lastly, like you said, you guys have been practicing against Turkish team for a long time now. And when it comes to Oxygen and the way they've been playing this tournament, what do you think will be the biggest challenge for you and your team today?
Honestly, I've been watching a lot, like all of their games. They're really good. They're really adaptive. They have really good strats, and individually they're super strong. Yeah, it's going to be good. They're like a super strong team. I think maybe I slept on them a little bit. I didn't watch too much of their stuff before all of this. And then I watched like a lot of the Guild game yesterday. They definitely deserve that win. They look like the better team for sure. So yeah, they're super strong, good all round team. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a really good game.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time, Sliggy, and best of luck with your game later.
Thank you very much. Cheers for having me.
Well, Sliggy teasing us a little bit there on whether they have more creative and nerdy stuff saved for the semi-finals. Neil, what have you made of their innovations in this tournament so far?
Yeah, I think the Haven comp is obviously really innovative. So props to Slig for that. Having it's very ballsy to do that in a game that's important. But I think it's either innovative or it's just a quick adaptation to losing to BBL. Because they had a rough game against them on Haven. But when you have players like Cryptix, I know everyone talks about Scream, but when you have players like Cryptix, he is an absolute rock. He'll switch to anything you want. He's solid on Viper, solid on Killjoy. Same with Link. absolute rock of a player. And when you've got players like that in your team who can switch agents from Omen to Brim, he's played Sage in the past, when you have players like that who when they're going to come in your bomb site, you're going to get a couple of kills, you can take the risk, and be more innovative. So I think Sliggy will have more up his sleeve, especially if we see him on Split today. I think wouldn't surprise me if we seen Viper or something coming out, so I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, the Viper comp, Brim, really good combo. Love it.
Well, Lothar is going to be delighted if we see Viper on Split today. But Team Liquid's opponent, Oxygen, they fell to the lower bracket a little bit earlier on, but they are going into this matchup with a lot of confidence after what happened yesterday, Lothar.
Oh yeah, Oxygen. So let's talk a little bit about the Turkish region. The biggest critique towards that scene was the lack of flexibility, not playing with the meta. We didn't see a lot of innovation in general from the teams. Like BBL, an example, played Astra literally once. But Oxygen is the first Turkish team that has a fully dedicated Astra player, and also being the last survivor of the region at the same time, they hope to change the perception of the homeland. There's a lot of weight on their shoulders when it comes to that. Against Guild, by the way, when they played in the previous match, Oxygen came fully prepared. On Haven, we could witness how Oxygen was ready for Draken's Yoru and basically shut him down in most runs, and that's one of the greatest accomplishments when it comes to counter-stratting, because they basically had every single angle covered. They knew where the flash was coming, they were prepared for that, they knew where the teleport is, and they always get an advantage from that. So that surprise factor from Guild was gone. That shows great promise from Oxygen. Another clutch factor from Oxygen was punishing the aggression from Yasin. And by the way, Yasin against Oxygen had 16 first deaths over 3 maps. That shows how prepared Oxygen was for that as well. They had great defaults, they knew where Yasin can come from, especially when he had the showstopper prepared. So that was another major factor to set up advantageous positions for Oxygen. Now, against Liquid, I don't feel like they can be prepared as well, because Liquid comes out of the blue with something completely new that we didn't see in the competitive environment, and hopefully they will innovate more and more.
Well, they dealt with Yasin yesterday, but today they have to deal with Scream. And you guys, I don't even need to talk about Scream and who he is, because you guys all know what he can do, what he brings to the table. Now, Ryan, how big of a nuisance do you think he will be for Oxygen today?
I think considering how both these two teams play, Scream could have a monster match against Oxygen. You look at the stats, you're looking almost like sort of like 1 kill a round at least, and he is known as the headshot machine with those kind of stats, but also he's like the multi-kill machine, and that's the problem with Oxygen. And we're going to see some sort of gameplay highlighting the impact of Scream, because everybody knows just how good he is, but it's kind of difficult to pin down what he does so well other than, just having great aim. The thing about this is a lot of executes that come in can easily be punished, not only by Scream, but the rest of the team. He'll sort of find a peak, get one, instantly sort of trade onto another, because the teams that they're playing against have really bad spacing, their executes are pretty ill-timed, and it means that nobody's instantly trading Scream. Scream gets a kill, the enemy team aren't there to punish him as he's sort of moving in onto it. So this is something that Soulcast was good at. Cryptics, as Neil mentioned, was also strong at this. If Oxygen don't execute well, check in angles, have good spacing, and make sure that Scream and Soulcast don't get traded out at least, they're going to have a lot of multi-kills at Team Liquid, and I think that's how they shut down Oxygen.
Yeah, it's a huge win condition when you have Scream on your team. And now, Neil, from a coach's perspective, when you play and prepare against a team like Team Liquid, how much of what Scream does and his impact do you have to take into consideration?
Yeah, you have to look at it a lot, I think the last time we played against Liquid was quite a while back, and he was on Jet, and he was absolutely incredible on Jet. But Scream is one of those players who, it doesn't matter what agent you put him on, he's gonna be a threat no matter what. So a lot of the time with Scream, you're just pretty much accepting that he's going to get the first kill. You just have to be quick to trade him out, flash him, use your utility really well. But it just depends what agent he's on, They swapped from Phoenix to Sage on Haven, and he basically played that Sage like a duelist, and he was key to why they were so good this time around. But again, if we see Liquid on Ascent and they farm the orbs on Phoenix, you've literally got 2 Screams in 1 round, and that's it's not something you want to be going up against, So yeah, they're very dangerous with Scream, and like I said before, the whole team.
That's got to be the only thing that's better than Scream is just having 2 screams.
Yeah.
So if we ever come out with an agent that has like a third life, then yeah, you can't get over that. Scream is just going to run all over you. And speaking of Ascent, like you mentioned there, now this is a map that both teams kind of like to play on. And Lothar, after yesterday, we saw that if you leave Ascent open for Oxygen, they're not going to let you breathe.
Yeah, but fortunately for Liquid, they do also play, as you said, a lot of Ascent. But when it comes to Oxygen, they are very proficient at it because they also played a lot of different compositions. In the past 20 matches, they played 3 different ones, but most notably, now they play with Astra, alongside Cypher, Jet, Sage, and Sova. The thing is that Astra changes the way the tempo works on this map because you can just preemptively set up a star in the most clutch positions, so an example, A lobby and B garage, and just use a stun, use a gravity well, and just stop the entire push. And we know that Liquid, because of the way they set up the pacing of the matches, that will just slow them down, which gives a little bit, let's say oxygen to breathe for that team. And hopefully, we're gonna see Liquid coming now with a counter strat to that. Maybe they will come up with completely something new. Maybe it will bring Viper on us, and just like Fnatic had.
Well, Oxygen have had a pretty good record on Ascent. We saw them play it yesterday. But Ryan, this map is also, I guess, Team Liquid's home ground, right? They haven't lost here for a while.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking actually over the stats of the whole Valorant Champions Tour so far, they've played it 16 times and actually won it 16 times. But it's one of those things that I think people don't actually realize the consistency of Team Liquid even before Yampi was part of that official roster. But I think Yampi and Scream are, again, some of the reasons why Liquid looks so good on this map. Mostly the first kills, sort of peeking out both on the attack and defense, getting that first kill, and then not instantly executing or pushing further. They take it slow. If they're on the attack, they actually plant pretty late in the round overall, whereas you look at a lot of teams like North America, Turkey, very execute heavy, very fast, get the plant down, play for the post plant. So Team Liquid actually have a different way of varying and playing around it in comparison to Oxygen. So we get a nice sort of like fire and ice playstyle between the two teams potentially on this map.
Well, I mean, when it comes to bans as well, they've had their perma bans for a while. Team Liquid, that we don't tend to see them play the Icebox unless they have to. And of course, with Oxygen coming into this tournament, we haven't seen them play Bind. So with that in mind, let's have a look at the vetoes. And now the picks and bans are in, so I can reveal the maps to you guys at home and to the desk as well. Again, like I said, we're not really expecting Bind and Icebox, so it will be very surprising if we see that today. And would you look at that? We have Haven, Ascent, and Split. Oxygen were the ones to pick Haven first. Now, Neil, looking at this set of maps, what stands out to you? Are you surprised that we're not seeing Ascent first?
Yeah, that, and I kind of thought Oxygen would maybe pick Split, honestly, just because Liquid haven't got the best track record on Split. So I thought Oxygen might have picked Split, but again, these maps are, I'd say this veto goes in the favor of Liquid, to be honest. But nothing too surprising. But I would have thought Split might have got picked by Oxygen, but we'll see how it goes.
All right, well, in my opinion, it's kind of also surprising, just as in Neil's case, that they actually picked Haven, because we have seen Liquid innovate a lot, right, on this map. And bringing in the Viper, bringing in Yampi on Killjoy, which also changed the entire dynamic of the defense on this map, just kind of signals that Oxygen might have something up their sleeve. And I really hope there will be something completely out of the blue, because we have seen so far FPX being completely thrown like off tempo because of the way that Liquid set up their defenses on this map.
And one thing as well, like it's something that Lothar's highlighted in the past as well, where Oxygen went up against the Yoru yesterday with Guild, and they dealt with that pretty well. They knew a lot of the trends and traits and what Guild were trying to do with the agent, right? So it is going to be kind of difficult to try and play around all of the stuff that we saw Team Liquid run yesterday against FPX, and maybe Team Liquid actually do something completely different considering what Sliggy said, right? So Oxygen picking this and kind of going head to head with Team Liquid, sitting around multiple compositions that they could pick up and play at this point, they're kind of asking for it, but I like the goal of them to really go headfirst into this and play around that and play on a map like Haven and just assume that they could take on Team Liquid here.
Yeah, it's interesting as well because we can Fearcraft a little bit, but let's say Liquid goes back to Yampi being on Jet, and in this case they lose all that utility that they had on the defense and the protection of the flanks on attack. The thing is, Haven is such a complicated map. In my eyes, it's way more complicated than Icebox, an example, just because of how the map works when it comes to map control. And that Killjoy was instrumental on the defense because, first and foremost, Yampi is great on the operator. So sometimes, obviously, he just peeks unexpectedly, he takes an off angle, gets one kill, and typically on a Jet, he was just dashing away. With Killjoy, he doesn't have that, so sometimes he might just die and lose that defense line on his utility. Now, will he do that again? Will he play on that Killjoy, something that caught everyone off guard, or will he go back to Jet? Might be the main factor of how Oxygen will play against the Liquid.
Well, let's talk about the game plans here a little bit, Neil. If it was you and you were sort of going into this after seeing Oxygen picking up a Haven first, what do you think Team Liquid need to do here? What's their game plan?
I think if they go with the same comp they did against FPX, they've got a lot of map control, They got Sage, they've got Viper, they can really stop fast-paced teams. And I think that's how Oxygen are going to try and take this. They're going to try and be fast-paced. So it wouldn't surprise me if they stuck with the same comp yesterday, but like Lothar was saying, it also wouldn't surprise me if they brought the Jet back in. But I think from how comfortable they looked against FPX, I think they'll probably just go for the same comp they had the other day. But it's just the Viper and the Sage. It adds so much to this map, and it really helps make the map a lot smaller than what it is, because it is very different. It's huge. So having Sage and having Viper, it's a lot of map control. So I think that has to be the game plan from Liquid again.
It's funny that you mentioned my main Vipers. I can bring in a little light how the patch changed the way that we perceive Viper. Viper was more of a controller in the past, but now because her utility deals instant damage, maybe not damage, but a DK damage on the wall and the Toxin Cloud, her perception changed a little bit. In my eyes, the Toxin Cloud is basically a nano swarm that happens to have also a ability to block vision, and that threw FPX completely off the guard yesterday when they had no idea how to time the fuel from the Viper because she has a global presence. There's a wall on B and A that stops the push and reinforces other defenses, while the Viper basically also sets up a Toxin Cloud on C long or in double doors at Garage that basically shuts down 3/4 of the entire map for 40 seconds in a round, sometimes even more if you also use the snake bites. And then the other lane is basically stopped by Sage. So how do you approach that? Do you go for the instant peaks? You can't, because you're being slowed down by everything from this utility. And then the other side is also being kept by the Killjoy on Yampi. So big question mark. I really would love to see Oxygen have a creative approach to this problem if we're going to see that team composition.
The interesting thing about Oxygen as well is over VCT again, they've only played this map 3 times overall. They lost to Fnatic, beat Fubalist, and beat Guild on this map. The last time that they played it before then was the end of January, so it was quite some time ago. So maybe this has been a map that Oxygen have been prepping in the background and wanted to sort of unleash in the EMEA playoffs, right? They've not necessarily been banning it because, we don't want to play Haven, we're not very good at it. They've actually been concocting something and we're seeing more of a succinct playstyle from them. So I like the idea that Team Liquid always have some zany strategies to come out to surprise everybody, but I also think that we should give Oxygen a bit more credit and say that there is some tactical stuff that they've done to hide this ace up their sleeve, I suppose it could be. We have seen a lot of similar playstyles from them previously, like with the Astra, the typical stuff you expect from them. But I do think that Oxygen, there's potential here for them to maybe catch Team Liquid by surprise.
Well, that is going to be Haven, which is the first map, but we also have Ascent and Split as well. Neil, you said that the map vetoes kind of favors Team Liquid here, and unfortunately, we're not going to have you with us from post-map, so I wanted to get your thoughts on how you think the games are going to go today.
Yeah, I think the map pool definitely suits Liquid, and one thing I'd say as well, if Liquid do continue to run the Viper, I think one of the strongest counters for Viper right now is the Sky. You got the dog, you got the flashes, the ult, and it's really good. You can take a risk, pop that ult, run through the wall, run through the smoke, and it kind of gives you some cover. So unless Oxygen pulls something like that out, I think Liquid, they're just too prepared, and I think they will take it 2-0. But again, Oxygen are a dangerous team, a lot of skill, individual skill. So we'll see. I do think Liquid will take it.
Ooh, 2-0, 2-0. I like that. And now before we head into agent select, we spoke about Yampi today already, but also Toronto on the other side. And Neil, do you see any kind of a stylistic difference here, or do you feel like it's going to be quite a dirty battle of the operator players?
Yeah, I think so. I think Oxygen will need to play really fast-paced, and actually on Ascent, Liquid's comp's not the best for defending really fast-paced rounds. They've only really got the Killjoy, so unless they bring out a Viper or something on Ascent as well, like Lothar was saying, but it probably will be down to the jet battles, and Toronto is incredible, so I think it will just be fast-paced against, depending on what Liquid do with the Viper. That's going to be the key.
Well, it sounds like Lothar, I'm sure you would like to weigh in on this as well, that having the Viper in matchups like this is going to be invaluable.
Yeah. My personal opinion is that Viper is playable on maps on a tier S level. Like with the global presence, she can do exactly what we have seen Liquid do on the Haven. She can have that global presence on every single site, on Split, on the Bind, of course, because that's probably her strongest map, at least in my book. On Icebox, she can do the same. And one of the main things that now is being used is the Toxin Cloud can be just used on site. If you use it on site, you can delay the post plant because you just don't block the vision. You're just trying to delay the plant on the default position, and then that throws people off guard. So it really makes me happy to see that the game changes so much in such a short time, because it favors teams that have, like, let's say, the potential to work with the meta, innovate. The teams that have dedicated coaches and analysts will have an edge over the teams that don't really, rely on the, let's say, Fiora crafting as much as personal skill and prowess. So I'm very happy to see this kind of approach to the game. That's probably going to be the way to play the game in the future, when more ages will be introduced, when more maps will be introduced.
Well, Ryan, what do you make of, when Neil said here that the Sky is going to be a good counter when it comes into this? And if you are, I guess, feeling like your opponent might whip out a Viper, how important do you think it will be for one of these teams to also have the Sky prepared?
Yeah, I think when you're Soulcast, when you look like one of the better Sky players really out there right now, it works out well. He's on it full time. He has really good use of the utility, very punchy with some of the flashes, the ultimate, the Trailblazer to be actually clear some of the close angles where Oxygen might be trying to sneak, hold an angle with a judge, prepping for it. Well, the Trailblazer is just going to clear it, stun you, and then you'll get punished for it. I think the economy is going to be a big thing. Real quick, what we saw Neil mention before. Both these teams save a lot. They'll lose 2 players and then go, nope, never mind, we'll save our guns for next round, especially when the operator's in play. So I do think we're going to see a lot of that on Haven, especially the team that has the ops, that has the guns, lose out a couple of players, just instantly give up the site in some cases, right? So that's should be like a big factor for both teams. Whoever can keep their hands on top of the economy, I think is going to have a much easier time when it comes to these fights.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because as you mentioned, 2 players playing the operators, both on attack and defense, is a big factor for just snowballing the economy. But I wanted to wrap a little bit to the counter. Sky, I feel like, is going to be one of the most picked agents in the future because of Breeze being introduced to the lineups when it comes to the maps. So cannot wait for the Sky mains to actually shine.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select now for the first map and see what both of these teams are going to be picking. Again, we've seen Oxygen pretty recently on here, and also Team Liquid too. They both brought us something okay. So we're going to just do that. Neil, I'm going to ask you what you make of what we have just seen on the side of Team Liquid. I'm hoping that you have the Agent Select in front of you as well.
Yeah, I don't think they'll pick Euro, but I think, like I said, I think they're going to run with that same comp they did yesterday when they played FPX. It's strong. They've got all their bases covered, and he looked very, very comfortable on it. And like I said, I think if Oxygen don't go for a Sky, it's going to be pretty easy to deal with, I think, for Liquid.
And Lothar, yeah, Cryptics are locking in the Viper there.
Super happy to see that, like, really Haven. It has also a lot of potential when it comes to post-plant lineups, but I think the problem with that, like, people just kind of panic that it's too strong. We don't see that often in pro play, because the attack on Viper is basically you cut off corners, you check corners with your snake bites, or you just hold off the post-plant to not get pushed while you plant. So you don't really have the snake bites most of the time available, unless someone else does that for you, right? So if there's no defense set up, and you just don't fight for your side, then that's gonna happen. But otherwise, we're not gonna see a lot of post plant lineups.
Well, that is all the time we have now for the pre-show. We're going to head into game soon. Thank you so much, Neil, for joining us and for your insight. And we cannot wait to see what you and G2 are going to be doing for the next challenges.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here. Cheers.
Well, it is time, like I said, for us to head into this first map of this immensely important qualification match. Who better to take you guys through it than the lovely gentlemen, Mitch and Tom? Guys, how excited are you for this best of 3?
Oh, I'm already shaking, Sue. I'm getting that little bit of adrenaline. This is what we've been waiting for. 2 teams going to Iceland. We decided today. Tom, how you feeling about this one?
I feel like I'm more nervous than the teams are at this point. Like, I've seen some of the interviews, like Mini going like, no, we're not nervous. We're just excited about everything that's going to be happening. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit jittery. I think it's an important moment for EMEA to see who's going to be the ones making it through. And honestly, like, I know that there's a lot of people leaning Liquid's way, but I don't know. I feel like the Turkish side have already proven us wrong multiple times. That we looked at Guild, we looked at Footballists, and we were going, you know what, Oxygen, that's probably it, right? And they've conquered 2 already, so maybe a 3rd's on the cards.
Yeah, they've already shown us they're capable of taking on their own region with BBL and Footballers finally falling to them, and then even kept on taking it against these EU teams. Now Liquid, a bigger challenge, especially with the way Yampi's been playing, and now showing us the extra depth, taking up that Killjoy. He's going to be doing it again here as we go into the pistol round, and Team Liquid on the defense. They're going a little bit aggressive to start things off, but you wouldn't expect anything else from Yampi. He's got his knife out though. He doesn't think they're pushed up that quickly, and the opening duel goes to Oxygen.
This was the thing I worried a little bit. Like, you have this composition that works so well versus FPX, but I don't think Oxygen are going to respect the utility in the same way that FPX did. Already just bypassing one of the initial nano swarms, Yumpy going down, who's normally someone who's actually like given over a pistol in these rounds to try and do as much damage as he can. And they're already looking to try and fight onto Scream. The one tap's not quite coming through, but he's not backing away just yet. He's actually going to try and fight over the wall. And well, that battle's not gone great either.
Yeah, the headshot angle he hoped would give him the advantage, but, well, nothing comes of it. And the snake bite, it only serves to delay the inevitable. Oxygen grouped up outside of this site as Team Liquid rotate in. They've got 2 on site looking for a fight. They need to get the info. Have these guys rotated? I mean, they could be halfway to C at this point, and Team Liquid have given up all control of the map. But they're soon to realize that this push is coming right towards them, and Solkis about to swing and try to trade out his teammate. There's a couple, and Solkis does it all. It's all left down to Zistow, the big player for this team in the past games they've played. He's got 2 players swinging on him, though, so there's nothing he can do. A 4K coming out from Solkis to save the pistol round here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, what a recovery. I think it was mentioned by Neil as well on the desk that they have these players that can just act as a rock, and well, Solkis being on the sky was something else he mentioned, and both have already come through in round 1. When are we getting this guy back? Like, can we just make him a permanent fixture? Because the 2 things he predicted have already happened in round number 1. But yeah, I think you have to look Oxygen there and go, okay, that's a round you need to be taken. We talk about momentum, we talk about getting right out of the starting block. It's not gone great, and now they have to go for what is not exactly an eco, but just a few extra pistols to try and make this as costly as humanly possible.
Yeah, just dealing the damage is the name of the game right now. I do love the arc that Solkis has been on, right? He had a terrible set of series over at First Strike, and that was back in December. Then all of a sudden, this turnaround has been there. Since that event, you've seen the hunger to prove himself as a top player. He picked up Sky. He's been looking fantastic there. And even here from Liquid in that pistol round, the protocols, right? They lose Yampy early. Okay, Scream's going to try and recover it, take the long control. He dies on the headshot angle. Now what do you do? Well, Cryptix plays close, and then you've got Solkis ready to trade him. Like, there was always a plan there. They went down to the C plan, and eventually that got them the win. It wasn't just, oh, we're 2 men down, let's go fight, let's go try to take duels. They were trying to, you know, push themselves into the biggest advantageous position they could. And Link, I'm sorry, but you're in a bit of trouble if that nade comes through. Looks like it's not going to, though, as they just back off.
Taking their time in this round, trying to pick a few players off. As I said, just making this one cost is going to be fine. It's actually Spectre's invested into every single player on Liquid. Now, we know that one of the things they really like to do, especially on this map, is build up that extra economy. Make sure that when Yumpy is purchasing, he's going to have an operator in his hand. So I assume the next round is going to be played as almost a pure bonus. Just try and steal some of those weapons away. And if they can cheese their way through the round, that'll be fantastic. I will say that we sort of almost talk about Fanatics comps on some of the maps. For example, Bind as quite a ratty comp. Like you're sat back, you're playing the after plants. You're almost doing something where like, oh, really? This is what you do? I would say that Sliggy has managed to outdo them with this comp because their whole job is just to delay, to try and make things awkward. And the thing that I question here is, are we going to get Oxygen just disrespecting all of the utility they put down? And if so, will that work for them?
And you know, you'll think about it in a lot of ways, like, oh, Link, Cryptix, Yampy, those are the ones with the post-plant utility to stop you, right? But then Solkas has those flashes for info. He's got the Wolf to just, obviously, or the Tiger, to go out there and find information, slow you down. And Scream, of course, he's got a wall. He's got slow orbs. It can be really tough to fight up against that. And headshots, he's got plenty of those, that's for sure. That is for sure. Look at this start. Slow orb to backside with a nade, but no damage. You can see Liquid are being conscious of this utility setup from Oxygen and playing to the right side of the site. There's 3 players rotated into position, but Oxygen, they love to sell those fakes. They'll look for the early duels and aggression, but if you don't give it to them, if you don't play the game that they want to, they're happy to then start playing it slower, take the information, and as you can see, they're still going to have presence towards C and middle, waiting for aggression to come down, and when that doesn't happen, it's the A site they've got their sights set on.
Yeah, the worry though is Mitas has no stars, so they have actually used all of their utility going into that C site and then just got delayed. So they're running into this one almost dry. Link within the smoke though. He's not going to get anything. They'll take a little bit of decay as they go pushing into the site, and Scream is going to be waiting, just mowing down 3 as they tried to enter A. The spike dropped to the floor and only 20 seconds to try and rectify things.
So smart from Scream. He dodged the recon bolt now. Coming into 12 seconds left. Zistow tries to do something, but there's nothing to be had here for Oxygen. That is a demotivating round, you know? Obviously, they did want to go C. They put out all their utility. Nothing happens. Nothing goes their way, and they're slowed by Liquid's util. They decide, okay, you know what? It's fine. We can play it slower. We can go out on A. They get the duel. They get a lot of progress towards the site. The only part of that site they couldn't see, with the exception of Short, was that angle right there. The recon was clearing everything. Hell and that angle. And Scream comes out with 3 kills from it. That's just sickening.
It is the Scream factor. It's the reason he's highlighted on every single desk. Even at this point, it sounds like a broken record, and that's about as bad as it goes, because now the economy is going to be built up early for Liquid. If they do inevitably lose a round, they'll be able to get the operator back in, and everything changes completely. I've really loved a lot of the setups we've actually seen coming out from Yum, because it's sort of like the 1 kill, fall back, and then I have all my utility to deny them pushing onto me and closing me out, which that's the main thing you want to be doing a lot of the time with an operator, is just basically making sure you trade them at least, like get rid of that star player. And he's just been denying teams from doing that, or most notably FPX from getting rid of him, especially on that B site. Now, for at least the moment, I was going to say there's not really any presence from Liquid on this side of the map, and the stars being placed, it looks like an all-in take, but now they've already got players waiting.
They got the info with the bird that went out. The flash Link gets 3, but okay, Glove, that's a good start. Spike drop in the open, not so much. They have only got pistols, so as we said, damage is going to be what they're looking for. Swapping out of the one-shot headshot weapon. Maybe Toronto can just pull 1 more kill his way. It's unlikely he wins this round, but he'll take any little advantage you can get at this stage. Clearing it out, he's going to go in for the plant, or actually, of course, a fake. Because although we can see that the players are not going to push him down and they're spawn in heaven, he thinks about his flank, and that buys them enough time to eventually muster up the courage to rush him down and kill him. 4-0. Liquid, they're looking so clean right now. We need to see Oxygen return something of their own now that they have a buy round.
The first one definitely didn't go to plan. And the thing is, like, you have to look at the way they're having to try and face off against Liquid. Every time they run through one of those screens, they're 50 HP off worse. every time they go through, the cloud on the other side of the map is exactly the same. So we've got the wall covering off 2 points, you've got the cloud covering off the other, so they're always taking some sort of damage, and that's not talking about any other agents that are currently in play for Liquid. So that's what I talk about when I say that they're willing to disrespect the utility. It's like, is that actually going to work for you? And then are you comfortable, like FPX were, to try and execute in the last like 15 seconds when you've been able to burn a lot of that down? By the looks of it so far, the answer is no. As again, they are setting into what looks like another A take, destroying Scream's ice wall to try and garner a little bit of extra space. But again, now just a smoke falls in their face instead.
Toronto's almost on his last mag with over a minute left on the clock. He's gotta be a bit selective on what he spams from here on out. He just broke the wall one piece at a time. Obviously just trying to sell a little bit of fake information, posture towards that A site. But for Team Liquid, especially when they have your Sky to gain information, like they don't have much control outside of A and C in terms of players, but they have their turret covering B, they have their alarm bot covering in towards Garage, so there's not a whole lot that they have to be terribly scared about. And here, a small detail, they even flash into Garage to clear it and then pull the alarm bot back. But this is where Zistow can get dividends if it wasn't for Cryptics in the corner. They'd already started to rotate as well. They were like, oh, he's on C, Grand, no, he's dead.
They've tried to sell the fake on Liquid, but again, with how much utility they have to slow them down, Liquid are more than happy to just wait until these pushes come in. They've even got the orbital strike to shut them out. Cryptics is destroying them! Another triple kill coming up for Liquid, and only seconds left on the clock for Toronto to try anything. They didn't even lose a single player, Mitch. It's 5-0 for Liquid already, and I'm already scared for Oxygen.
Yeah, Oxygen are running into utility, right? They go down towards A short. Oh, there's a wall. We'll break it away. There's a smoke. Okay, let's go back. Viper wall. Okay, maybe we go in through Garage. There's already utility there. They tried, in the meantime, to get control over the C site. Lost their player. Committed to it anyways with a Garage split. And that went to hell with the orbital strike. Every single piece of utility being used here for Team Liquid is annoying Oxygen on another level. This is beautiful play on the defensive side so far.
I will say, I don't mind the idea at all from Oxygen. Like, the idea of trying to almost sell an all-in take and have Zistu to try and come in from behind and just catch off what they would expect to be only one player. The chance of, if you see all of the stars play, smokes popped, you're going to expect there to be players towards A. It's logical, but the fact that there were actually still 2 players on the C site from Liquid, they've not fallen for anything thus far. The reads that they've had have been spot on. We know they're a team that has the players behind them, the coach behind them, that's going to be putting in all of the research. So I feel like Oxygen have to be... they have to hit a peak almost with the mind games if they're going to bait players off the site.
Let's see what they're going to be doing. Oxygen looking set to run straight into Killjoy utility. Look how much there is. And not only that, there's 3 players now with that flash popping because Sky's going to start to mosey on over. Out goes the Tiger to clear it out through the wall. Well, no info, but you're still hearing 3 players shooting off and using utility. The problem with causing rotates to the B side, Tom, is that generally you're not going to get a lot for it because they can quickly rotate into A, but the rotates take a long time. Apparently this time around, they're slow. And so Oxygen, they're getting out onto the site. The wall's even blocking off the one player they've got on short. Link able to isolate a duel, but now, what do? They're going out for individual fights. This is exactly what Oxygen want. The wall goes up to slow them. Even a Cosmic Divide, they have to be aware of behind as Link gets his teammates to run on through. They cover every angle, all their bases. And again, 1 player lost. I mean, that looked very good. The chaos is where Oxygen can thrive in a round like that. But Liquid again managed individually to come out on top.
Well, I think even the reaction, I think every time we see the toxic screen actually go back up, it not only gives Link cover, but again, you're seeing these players whittled away as they try and enter the site. And because they've been playing multiple players on B in a lot of the early stages of the round, as you mentioned, unless you're killing off Link very, very quickly, someone else is going to be there and he's going to have someone to play off. And the way they have the combos of their extra piece of utility has made things very, very difficult. Now we're going to see the orb challenge for this time. Even a couple of players up on top of the wall. Mittez has got to be careful here. Bear in mind that the Astra is playing with pretty much all of the utility for their side at the moment, or at least the more impactful in terms of smokes, etc. But this time, he has got away with the opening duel, and something we haven't really seen much from Oxygen just yet.
What I'll say, quick point on this. Yampi invested into an operator, right? Full utility, bought up armor. The rest of the team were max money. So, and he's now, I think, 700 credits. So someone probably could have dropped that over. It's a tiny detail, but it can make a difference in the long run. We'll take a look at this backside push, which has gotten them complete B control, but bypass the Killjoy utility, which is slowing them down, dealing damage. Cryptic's even using his util to grab himself a kill and spamming through the smoke. That's dangerous now. Oxygen back into a 4v4, despite such a good early start from them.
Yeah, that was even off the investment of a res as well, so to lose an extra player is already going to be rough. Cryptics is just on an utter tear, looking for more victims as the peak comes out from Mittez though, giving them an advantage. Yumpy trapped out, Soulcast looking to come in from behind. They'll know where both players are and are just trying to hold within the site. B is definitely not the place you want to be when it comes to these afterplant scenarios. It can be tough to hold on, and no scope from Yumpy. Got the signal for both! The Finn is just going flashy at this stage, and what is that? A ridiculous retake. He didn't even need his teammate in the end.
He didn't even need his scope, Tom. That's unbelievable. 7-0, and in that fashion, everything went their way. They started out, they get the B site, they res up, man advantage. It's taken right back. But hey, it's a 4v4. It's still doable. And Mittez pushes inside a Hunter's Fury. That was so smart. The last thing you expect is this guy to be in here. He almost uses it as cover as he runs through. Whether intentional or not, the reaction play in the second worked out for a double kill. And for Yampy to pull it back like that, it's just, it's got to feel terrible if you're the attacking side. Still looking for that first round to get one on the board, Tom. As we come into round number 8.
I've worked it out. So
what is it?
Basically, he asked Sliggy today, is like, am I allowed to like play shotguns like I did when I played Fnatic? Sliggy was like, look, guys, we need to win this. It's the qualification. We got to try and get through. And so he's just decided he's going to play the operator as a shotgun instead. It makes perfect sense. Like you can't tell Yumpy what to do. And while normally we talk about how Oxygen, they're actually pretty good with their pistols. At least make things costly. You spoke about the amount of finances that have already been built up for Team Liquid. Well, how about a flawless round?
Yeah, that'll help. They lose a couple of players. They're like, yeah, I feel like max money though. Let's get right back up there, and the credits, well, they are flowing in. As you see, the full investment here, very little had to be reinvested into. Leaves them pretty for pretty much the rest of this game. This was a real brawl, right? Around that mid control, they're looking for every fight they can get. Saw Yampy get in there with a wall bang right at the start. An 8-0 on the board. Oxygen, they're stalling right now. They're not feeling good.
This is the map they chose as well. Like,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, they are a prominent Ascent team. I think Turkey have proven throughout this EMEA qualifier that they are very, very competent at Ascent, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure Liquid are 12-0 when it comes to Ascent at the moment. The reason that they're happy to pick into that map, so this is looking very uncomfortable. And as you mentioned, like now they have to deal with the operator as well, which seemed to be almost the clinical factor when it came to their defense versus FPX. We're going to see the Viper ult thrown in as well, which not only makes pushing through long almost impossible, but gives extra positions for Cryptics to hide. Soulcast alongside him is actually just going to start fighting. And they've got the opener once again, but just look at the rotations from Liquid. They're already on C. However, this time, Oxygen have actually managed to make them rotate. The problem is, have we actually seen them clear out Link once throughout this match?
And he's swapping up position, right? They're going to ignore short completely because they don't want to deal with him, but he's tucked over in the corner still. His teammates are going to be late to rotate. He needs a lot! And then look, he'll get 3 kills! Oh my god, Oxygen, every time they have a chance, Liquid snatch it right out of their hands. This is just unstoppable stuff, 9-0. They just can't catch a break, Tom.
I think that they're in their own heads at this point. Like, it's exactly what you said. Like, Link has played in that sort of short sewer spot for the majority of the round, so they see that screen go up. They go, okay, well, we know where he is, and the one time that Link changes his position, he gets 3 players. Like, this is almost at the stage where you have to look at Oxygen and go, okay, that's unacceptable. You need to be getting a better trade from that point. Now they're going to end up with a pistol in the mix. More aggressive C take seems to be on the cards. Already, with the stars falling, Snakebite going to be pushed through, and they've somewhat been separated. A couple of players pushing in, but they have managed to isolate the jewels. Mitters again, but just look how fast the trades are.
They keep on coming, but Link on the backside, he's low HP, and he still gets away with 3. Come on. 10-0. Oxygen, they're really starving at this point. They want anything. They just want that one round. Just give them something. And the thing is, you know, a lot of the things they're doing are the completely right decision. And I feel like with this composition they're running, going through those Viper walls, you think about how we saw, for example, FPX deal with it yesterday. They would have their Phoenix flashes to pop on through and try to take those duels. You'll see a lot of teams have the Sky that you'll pop the flash, and that kind of discredits anybody holding the wall. But right here, Oxygen, they don't have that luxury. They're playing a comp that doesn't allow them to flash in. You have to play off the info, and sure, if your Sova is managing to hit that recon and reveal them, great, but we saw that backfire where Scream got away. Was that a leg shot? Turbo's 5 HP. I didn't even know. I thought it was a miss.
I think you need to learn by now, Mitch, that Yumpy doesn't miss. If he does miss, it was a warning shot. That's all we've learned so far today. Now, the one time they have actually managed to get an after-plant position, they did head into the B site. But the thing is, there's just been a response. We've got Sage in the form of Scream. You still got all the utility there from Yumpy. Rotation being quick from Soulcast already to try and garner some extra control. And they've just been placing this early utility down to allow Link that extra space. And also it means he can keep his Sky Smokes, which they waste a ridiculous amount of time unless you're just going to be pushing straight through it. By the time we actually see them go towards this site as well, there's so many players here. Like, they've got a second, a third rotating. This is looking so easy for Liquid.
They have it all figured out, man. There's a shot coming out from the Sheriff that's so quickly dealt with. 11-0. Every time they attempt something, they're just getting wrecked. And I mean, I think the best example really was the round that they had the Viper ult on C. You saw Oxygen. They drone it out. The drone doesn't catch any info. It's such a long ultimate in the position that it had been put down by Cryptics that the drone came through. It ended up disappearing before it could clear outside of the ult. Then they go to site. They get the kills. They have the openings. Okay, things are looking good. They've got control over the C site, except for the Viper who's stuck in. Liquid rotate. They go back. They sell the fake. They get the A site, which is one player, and Link just destroys them all. Every single time that they make the right play, they're getting just wrecked individually. But hold on, there's a little bit of a change. Yappy, he's lost an opening duel. He's gone down. Here comes the lockdown as well for the C side. This is going to force them into the back. And I like the attempt. I like the counter, rather, of popping down the ult, pushing mid to catch them on the way and Scream. Oh my god, man. Headshot after headshot. 4 kills on the board, and Oxygen, it's the last round of the half. They thought they had it. They dealt with Yampy, and so that was surely the round going their way. And Scream comes through to ruin their day. Toronto's even naded himself, and Scream aces it out. A headshot wallbang to put 12-0 on the board with the ace. That pretty much sums up the whole half, doesn't it, Tom?
I want to go home. This was meant to be the qualification match. It's a 12-0 half. Like, Scream, come on, man. Like, he's already booked his flight. I'm telling you now. It's just like, well, I'm not wasting, guys, I'm not wasting my money. Like, it's already paid for. Like, I've got my flight booked. What is this? He's just running down mid and killing everyone.
It's
this means we're gonna have to highlight him again. Like, as if we don't do it enough, we're just gonna. Yeah. By the way, guys, did you know Scream's actually pretty good at Valorant? Like, I don't know if you've heard this. Like, a guy who's very good at hitting headshots is good at Valorant. Like, unbelievable. And there's been so many things to bring up about just how they've been playing, how they've been denying space, how they've been slowing things down, but ultimately that's the epitome of this game so far. One team is looking at the peak of their form, the other is yet to show up.
Punishing an early peak, use lockdown. Lockdown gets countered. Okay, they try to rotate back. Someone aces the round. It's exactly what happened when they rotated A and Link shut them with the 3K. Well, let's see if anything goes their way in the pistol round. They are rushing out towards the C site. There's a nanoswarm there ready to slow them down. and they're just going to wait it out and push on through. They're not thinking about mind games or rotating. They're looking for fights right now. Oxygen, Zistow always told us they just want to fight well. It doesn't look like there's much fight in them, at least to start this one off. A 4 versus 3. Liquid get the site, get the plants, and with this kind of setup, Tom, they've still got full post plants, and yep, he's behind them. Of course he is. This is devastating. Oxygen, they might just be going out 13-0. Mitez is doing his best, though, to make sure that doesn't happen. A side swipe from Cryptix leaves it all onto Turco. Low HP for both of these players. Turco taking some point-blank shots from a turret, and he's going to rotate around, but the time is ticking away. He has to clear these angles, and they are ready to just swing together. Oh, Turco, he'll have to hit some nuts shots to get away with this one. There's the first, and no, on the side, Cryptix gets it done. He was left on 14 HP and 13 rounds for Liquid as they dominate Oxygen. This is unbelievable. 1 map away now from making it to Iceland.
They're going on a speed run. Like, I genuinely, at this point, I'm supposed to, like, give it a couple of points, a little bit of a breakdown. All I'm going to give you is, like, what has just happened? Like, what has just happened? We've just watched Liquid absolutely obliterate Oxygen. And you know what, Mitch? I think we just give it over to the guys at the desk. I know normally they get, like, a little bit of a break at this point, probably a few rounds in. But hopefully they're back and ready to go, because that was ridiculously quick.
Yeah, I mean, not exactly what we expected, I'll give you that. I know we've had the comments in there that this will be a 2-0 to Liquid over on the desk, but most people probably wouldn't expect it to be a 13-0 on map 1. Now, we know that Oxygen can bounce back. We know the next map is going to be okay for them, but this is going to be a serious challenge. We're going to throw things to a break, and when we come back, the desk is going to attempt to break down what was a very quick match. We'll see you real soon.
Get money. wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the EMEA Challengers playoffs, where Team Liquid have just 13-0'd Oxygen in this qualification match. I am your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined back on the desk by Lothar and Ryan. Welcome back, you guys. Now, a 13-0, it was the game. I can have rough confirmation that it was 24 minutes and 4 seconds long, Ryan. This is not what we expected.
Yeah, this is Liquid going Super Saiyan. I mean, we expected them to have the advantage. We expected them to pull out this kind of composition potentially, but Oxygen just didn't have an answer for it. Like, I said it before, if they line up, Liquid is just going to mow them down, and honestly, this round looks like pretty much every one of them. Only one plant in the 12 attacking rounds that they managed, and that was around where Yampi got a double no-scope kill as well. So not only did they win decisively to Team Liquid, they did it with a bit of pizzazz, and honestly, this is, nice momentum to be building into potentially Iceland. One more match.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy for me because literally Oxygen just got suffocated, which, pun intended. But the thing is, I was expecting, since this is a map pick from Oxygen, to have a plan against Liquid, and it seems like they came unprepared, totally unprepared. First and foremost, the team composition has no flashes, right? It's something that we talked before. Ryan and Neil touched upon that, Sky being the best counter to Viper. They also have no Phoenix, so basically they had nothing to stop the Viper like positioning and the walls and go push through that. And also they didn't use Raze and Sova utility, so the paint shows and the Sova darts, to clear any map control from Killjoy. So they were just blasted away.
I mean, Team Liquid also had Scream, as you guys can see there. 6.8 KDA, as you do, and 407 combat score. Ryan, we spoke about this in the pre-show as well, and I think you nailed it. You really sort of predicted and foreseen what Scream was going to do against this team.
Yeah, and it felt really straightforward for Team Liquid to hold angles, and really one of the things is like, yeah, you could sort of say they didn't have any flashes, but FPX did. When they played against this composition yesterday, they had a Phoenix, and even that wasn't enough. I don't think it's one of the straightforward, like, if they don't have flashes, that's kind of it. When you look at the huge amount of utility that were available for Oxygen, that, like, Owl Drone's not been used, Boombot's been used early and been instantly destroyed. You look at the minimap in any given time on Team Liquid side, you could just see a line, literally where the toxic screen is for the Viper, but then an alarm bot, you've got Cryptics hiding on an off angle over here. There was just a picket line, I suppose, to Oxygen. If they passed, somebody was just going to mow them down. But the fact that they didn't use any real strong utility other than a recon dat to execute onto sites, one of the main reasons why Oxygen just completely just fell apart on the attack. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, and that's entirely a problem for, when it comes to preparations. Like, you didn't, I don't know, they didn't watch the tapes from the previous map of Liquid when they played on Heaven. It's a little bit awkward. And the thing is, even when they had a lot of utility, like the Cosmic Divide, they didn't win a lot of duels to set it up, so that's the problem. But this is round 9, if I'm not mistaken, where Viper was actually using her Viper's Pit on long, set up a one-way here on the double doors exit, and basically pushed away the one successful round with the first blood, and basically that's where Oxygen just goes back. And look at this, look at the minimap right now. Oxygen makes the swap, they go to A. In the meantime, Liquid still holds C. They know they now rotate it off, and now we'll have the check from Sky. This is the most important thing. Look at Sky. She's going to B. She's gonna flash mid. No info is given whatsoever. No one's flashed. This is the moment the Viper wall is being activated, and this is perfect timing. The combination of Sky gathering info, Viper wall just obscuring the vision and giving the debuff on the health just allows Link to get the easiest free kills because he's absolutely prepared mentally on the timing where they will go through, and they just, you know, with the Phantom you have easy time mowing people down because you have such a high fire rate, and they are already at 100 HP.
Honestly, that entire game for me just felt like one long round where Team Liquid was just winning over and over again. But Ryan, I know you've got a round you wanted to break down as well from that game.
I mean, honestly, it's almost identical to the one that Lothar talked about. It's the same thing, going down A long, pushing out the toxic screen, and somebody from Team Liquid is waiting there. But the shame is, I suppose, that the interface isn't shown. But at this point, Love has an owl drone. They don't use it. They have a recon dart that clearly doesn't spot Scream on that angle, and yet again, he just mows him down. It's aim practice. All those players are weakened going through that toxic screen. It's easy for them, and it shouldn't be that easy. Granted, this is why FPX struggled against it. Honestly, I'm watching this game and going, honestly, FPX losing 2-0, or not even that, like losing on this map to Liquid in this fashion, shouldn't be that much of a surprise. We're looking at like a Fnatic-esque comp of Haven, and it wouldn't surprise me if this whole composition is what everybody's running in Iceland, whether Team Liquid are one of those teams that makes it or not.
You're telling me that you want North American teams to run with no duelists on Haven?
I'd like to see them try. It's good for a laugh.
I would like to see them try it as well. But we got to move on to Ascent because, you know, we have seen teams do this. They have a slow start, maybe not a 13-0, but this is not the end for Oxygen. They haven't lost their chance. They've got a map coming up next. And luckily for them, Lothar, this is a map where Oxygen feel very, very comfortable on.
Yeah, they do. They do feel comfortable. They have good setups. They play the Astra, Killjoy, Raze, Sage, Sova typically, so they have a lot of utility to gather map presence and to smoke off the crucial parts to annoy the operator players, and we know that Liquid has one, and that was actually kind of useful. I'm still blown away, by the way, on that double no-scope. I don't know what happened there, but that was just nuts. Yampi is absolutely insane. Now, when it comes to Liquid, though, will they surprise us, right? So far, they only played 6 times with the same team composition, so that was Jet, Killjoy, Omen, Phoenix, Sova, and now the question is, will be Scream going back to that Phoenix? Will Yampi be again on Jet, or will they switch it up? Will we see a Viper again? Because the Viper basically allowed them to play with such a discipline. On Haven, on defense, Liquid was like a mountain that you cannot move, immovable object. And how that's actually just insane to me that the team is so unified in how they play, because they knew they don't have to just get map control. They were just sitting behind the utility, and they can do basically the same on Ascent if they switch up the team composition. Will they? I don't know.
I definitely think that's like on the cards, but if you're Team Liquid here, considering how dominant the first map is, if you have a strategy similar to the Haven one that's a bit out there and you go, oh my god, this composition's insane, you might want to save it, because if you win this, you just play it de facto style, you win it out, you go to Iceland, you save that strategy against the North American teams, the Korean, the SEA ones, you manage to hold on to that sort of ace up your sleeve for those games instead. So it's a little bit of hubris, but bear in mind that like the record of Team Liquid on this map when they play the Phoenix, Yampi on the Jet as per usual, is still stellar. Oxygen need to perform well. The only shining light, I suppose, is we saw Mitez in that pistol round for round 13. It wasn't enough, but Toronto was completely shut out of that game. I think he had like 2 free kills total. He needs to perform here. Oxygen, and I suppose the Turkish community, are relying on him to really show up against Team Liquid here.
Right, there's a lot of weight on Oxygen right now. All the Turkish fans are waiting for the comeback, and you know, all the teams basically, they had 3 slots in this tournament. Oxygen is the last man standing, on the last team standing, and they need to now make a comeback on 2 maps against Liquid coming off on their 13-0. That's just nuts. They have everything going for Liquid. And it's funny that you mentioned like they can save some strats, but at the same time, let's remember this match is for everything, right? If you win this map, you go to Iceland. That's the end goal. You want to go to the LAN, to the first ever Valorant LAN, and show your prowess there, right? I don't feel like you can keep anything in secret. This is the moment when you go with the biggest cannon you have in your backpack and you completely like blow everyone away with whatever you have prepared. So I'm excited. This is gonna be an amazing match, and hopefully we don't see a 13-0 because that was a little bit quick. I would want to see a little bit more action, but it's gonna be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we have to see more of Mitch and Tom. You know, we don't get to see them cast that often, so please give them more time. But, you know, the good news is that if they do manage to win this map, of course, Split is up next. And as Neil said, Split is not Team Liquid's best, but we are going to head into Agent Select now for Ascent. This is the map pick of Team Liquid, but of course we saw Oxygen play on it yesterday, and they looked very, very good. Toronto, Ryan back on the Jet.
Yeah, it's what you want really, but it's if they can get hold of the operator, right? I think Yampi bought the op on Haven in round 4, kept it to the end of the half, right? And really we didn't see Oxygen punish it all. That the gun was never taken out of Yampi's paws. I imagine both these teams, like I said before, like to save, like to keep a hold of the economy, and so just want to make sure that they can keep that operator on Toronto as much as they can, but it might be tough.
Yeah, I'm hoping that was a legitimate pick. It would make sense, but we just had a slight difficulty with Agent Select. We are going to head back to it very shortly. But as we saw from that as well, Lothar Scream back on the Phoenix as expected.
Yeah, not really surprised that he's going to play with the Phoenix. Phoenix on Ascent is basically an additional drone here, but with a gun attached to it. And it's very easy to play AWP control on this map. When you consider how the map is being built and designed, it allows the attackers to actually get 2 orbs per round. When you pair that up with the 6 charger ult from Phoenix and the ability of Scream just, you know, getting headshots as we have seen in the past, he's going to have a lot of run backs. And this is why I'm not surprised that Scream is now playing on the Phoenix than this Sage.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select again this time around and see what the rest of the players are going to be picking up. As we have already discussed, Scream and Toronto back on agents that we've come to know them for as of late. And so far, at least on the side of Oxygen, Ryan, no surprises.
No, I mean, if there was anything to pull out, I think they would have pulled it out by now. The thing I suppose they need to be careful of is Team Liquid like to push very aggressively with Yampi and Scream. But like I mentioned before, Team Liquid from then on like to slow the map down. Plan, you know, with 30 to 15 seconds left on the clock, Oxygen need to have a good early, mid, and end round if they want to take on Team Liquid here. It's all looking against them. I've no doubt that people have written them off at this point, but this is a great map for them to pull it back. But everybody needs to show up, and Team Liquid looking really threatening right now. 1 foot in the door to Iceland.
And since Liquid actually is playing the same lineup that they played 6 times in the past 20 matches so far on Ascent, I just wanted to point out that on Ascent they actually play on attack, because we didn't see a lot of rounds from attack from Liquid so far, pretty late. A lot of rounds are just being executed in the last 30 seconds, maybe sometimes even 20, and that is very interesting because they do split the map control. They like to play it, let's say, pretty evenly. Like there's a lot of defaulting in the beginning of the rounds, and they just try to dismantle the first death, which crumbles the entire map control for the defenders. And hopefully we're gonna see Liquid just having a consistent game plan here, because that's something that we have seen in the past on Ascent.
Well, Team Liquid are just 1 map away from qualifying for Masters 2 in Iceland, but it is not all over yet for Oxygen. This is going to be Liquid's map pick, but they are comfortable here as well. And let's hope that Mitch and Tom, you get more than 24 minutes this time.
Well, I would hope so, Sue. You know, that was a great match. There were lots of interesting moments, but I can't help. I'm greedy, Tom. I want more. I want to see more of this beautiful game that we love so much. And on Ascent, I have no doubt it's not going to be a 13-0, 13-1 at most.
Well, that's where I've actually got an interesting stat of my own. I know that's normally Lothar's job, so I'm going to steal the limelight this time. Currently, Liquid are 12-0 with this iteration of the roster. So if they win today, they will have 13-0'd the first map and then have a 13-0 record on Ascent. So there you go. Take that as you will.
Okay, there we go. Interesting facts with Tom. I'll have to come up with a little segment for that.
You got a jingle?
No, I'm not going to attempt one right now. I don't think it's the time, Tom. I know you love my singing, though. What I love is watching some beautiful, beautiful Valorant, and we are going in to Ascend. We're going to see this game unfold in front of our eyes as Oxygen try their best to pull back from what was a devastating loss in the previous map.
Yeah, I think, if anything, this is the map that they are more comfortable on, though. I almost wonder if they picked Haven to try and shift the direction of the veto so that they would get these as the first two maps, maybe feeling a little bit less comfortable after playing against Guild on Split. So I'm not going to sit here and say, like, I think it's going to be exactly the same. I do want to see if they have the mental fortitude, though, to be able to come back from such a devastating defeat and then say, okay, you know what, we're now going to turn things around.
Well, it certainly isn't easy, Tom. 13-0 is crushing, but at least you can just wipe it from your memory because it's such a short space of time. It's not like you lost a map after an hour and a half of battling. It was more like you blinked, you missed it. Now it's time to really see what you can do. Immediately, Team Liquid on the attack side are making pressure on the B side, but Oxygen aren't too worried. They've got a lot of control up on A. They have Cypher covering out for the flank into Heaven, and so they're comfortable to just continue taking these fights. With the fact that they've got a camera down inside Wine, this is a really, really good play potentially. If Liquid move towards this side, they activate the camera and then show Cypher peeking in from sight, they might not suspect that Mitez has snuck his way into that little corner.
Yeah, they have used this setup before, though. It was actually something I was going to bring up in the pre-show. This is a setup they like to use, leaving a player behind, faking the info. So if research has been done, maybe Liquid will know, but it seems like Midas, again, is going to get away with murder. He's dead, though. An easy trade. In fact, Scream just going to cook him in the corner, serve him up with a little bit of wine, but now they're walking into a stack.
Weird to put your Astra there, but 13 seconds left. They need to go, and Oxygen. Look at that, Tom. They've got a round on the board. They did it. It's taken a while. But, yeah, it is weird. A small thing, but putting Mitez in that corner, he has no escapism. Sometimes, yeah, you can see the smoke go down, maybe a pull behind it to get you out if things really go bad. But if they start to pressure you like that, especially when they molly, that's where you want it to be a jet, right? Get that dash out, and or even... obviously not in this composition, but where you'll see like a Reyna play there or an Omen, for example. Someone who has the ability to get out without taking those heads-up fights, whereas instead they lose a lot in the form of Mitez.
I will say, I think that in terms of utility left to be placed, there was nothing left.
True.
So it's like, if anything, you've kind of lost someone who now can't really do too much in the form of his utility. So I don't mind it as much as if, say, he still had a load of stars remaining and he didn't invest into a ghost. But... nonetheless, we are going to see a bit of investment coming up. We know that on the defense especially, Liquid are actually quite likely to force into second rounds because they do want to try and get that operator into play. But for now, Yumpy's more than capable. That is really bad timing. Zisto needed to keep his teammate alive while he was in his astral form, and instead, they've just lost 2 players within the first few seconds by being in very compromising positions. And Yumpy's now won the 3rd duel.
And this is really scary because it's not like the other guys have Vandals, right? Like they'll come in with a huge advantage. And even if they did, they have to retake B. And even if they were able to do that, there's a flanker in the form of Link. And he's on his way up behind, sneaky beaky like they haven't got a clue. Well, it looks like he's going to come on through the window, which might give it away. But it's just clearing out a lot of information for his teammates. They only have to look at Heaven, the turret spotting them. Link not going to break the glass, but it looks like the round might almost be over by the time he gets there. That said, there's a lot of duels being lost. Their focus is entirely on the side, and they turn at just the right moment. Okay, Oxygen, they're back in this one. A 2 versus 1. The Ghost not able to do it, and Cryptic's up close. Oh, he gets it in the end. Team Liquid, they win out what is a very weak buy from them, but at the perfect timing, trading it back 1-1, now putting the economy of Oxygen in question.
Yeah, a really nice try from the remaining couple of players from Oxygen to bring that back from what was looking almost impossible. It comes down to a 1v1. I didn't even think they'd come close, but the thing is as well, you almost have to look at those initial players and go, how does that happen? Like, how does it get to a point where your Cypher falls back into a corner, gives up the angle, and then you're dead? There's nothing you can do. You have to get out of that astral form so quickly that you just don't really stand a chance. That is the main vulnerability when we talk about Astra. And while it seems like after what has been a couple of rounds where Liquid have gone for a hit into A, you can almost understand Oxygen's read of, okay, let's try stacking B. They found information into mid as well, but the rotation hasn't come through because it seems like they still don't know that this is going to be an A hit. And by the time Zistao comes out with anything, the round's basically over.
I mean, realistically, these guys have got to be able to win duels that they shouldn't be. They're up against rifles. It's nowhere near as easy as the previous round was for Liquid. The gap is much higher between them. And Solkis, he's just clearing his back. He's not going to push into Zistao and give him a kill. The timing, oh, look, he even fake steps away, runs back around the corner rather, and takes Zistao off guard. I expect, you know, if you get 2 kills here, you're going to be very, very happy. And already the first going their way. Okay, there's a Sheriff to play with, one on the site that's dealt with right away. And Turco needs a headshot to make it work, but no. And look, you're not expected to do much in that round. 1 kill, it's not great, it's not bad, it's just, it is what it is. You wipe it from your memory, you move on to the next round now that you're able to get rifles out.
Yeah, this is where we hope things will change a little bit. Of course, the manner in which Liquid actually won their round means they did invest a lot into rifles as well, so they're not playing this as any sort of bonus round, but they have still built up a relative amount of cash. Toronto getting onto that operator, though, this is one of the main difference makers. Like, you're not going to see it massively when it came to the attack of the last map. He wasn't really able to deny a lot of the presence because Liquid were actually fairly passive in a lot of the plays they make. On the defensive side of this map, however, he's going to be roaming around mid. He's going to be looking to brawl. They said in the interview with Zistao that they were looking to fight, and while Liquid definitely looked to battle them in the last map, this is where they should feel a lot more comfortable, though.
Well, the operator of Toronto has been heard. A little bit of a trade-off as they don't fully clear out market with the drone being destroyed. And the reposition as well to cover them walking through gets smoked off. So Liquid evidently want to posture some control over market, but are they going to push into it? Because there's 2 players waiting for them to do so. You can see Glove has got a headshot angle there on the map towards the B site with his teammate ready to trade out or just add it up with him. Take as much damage as they can. I like the swap over. The one weaker weapon they had was in the hands of Scream, and they decide, being as he's going to be holding a fairly long range angle, it makes sense for him to get a Vandal. Short control going to be himself and Yampy, 2 very, very dangerous players, regardless of the weapon in their hand. We saw that when they had the Sheriffs in play. Toronto smoked off, won't be able to do anything. He's forced back. Now they've got the split they want. And on the site, oh, the timing caught them off guard. Solkis with the kill after the tag came through. Mites wants to do something. That flash is so good, though. And Team Liquid, they just get a site control so easily. And the one opportunity to pull something back is a miss.
I almost wonder if that's the point where you just decide to save. Like, you've lost a couple of players. You're playing up against a 5 versus 3 after plant. The retakes I've seen from Oxygen previously also have not been fantastic. Like, they like to give this site up quite often, but without any utility really being remaining, I don't see how they get anything done in this round. And by the looks of it already, they've fallen into some exits. And definitely a few opportunities. You see that TP actually really regularly come out from Angel as well. It's something that, even if he just gets cancelled, gives away a lot of the positions within the site. But that's a round that, again, it already starts to make me worry a little bit for Oxygen because, again, in terms of the read, what? Okay, well, there's the operator gone, Mitch. See you later. Soulcast is on form today.
You know, the point I was forming as well, and it still stands, is how good of a setup they had when saving these weapons. You had Glove in market holding mid so that nobody could push Turco, who was down in Pizza, holding, or actually past Pizza rather, the right corner of the middle arch to cover anybody pushing through middle to come behind and kill Toronto, which meant all that Toronto had to worry about was right in front of him. And with an operator on that range, the point was, it's a pretty great angle to hold. Didn't work out that way though. And I think as well, the decision-making of Oxygen, they knew immediately they were going to save that when it went to a 3v5. They just left it so that if Liquid wanted to overextend and give them a way back into the round, hell, they could. But they didn't. And now, look at this push. Very early, very aggressive, and a rifle lost. Turco not going to be able to do anything about that. He has the res, but no opportunity to pop it off. And even a Spectre duel on long range grants them a lot of damage.
Yeah, not really the weapon that you want to have in those scenarios, but it almost just works as an alarm system. He may not be the turret himself, but he is almost acting as the same role, just trying to deny things. Okay, the crisp shots of Soulcast may have disappeared, at least for the moment, but Zistao again, 1v5, and what do you even do in those scenarios? Scream, as said, I am pretty certain he's already booked his flight to Iceland, and he's just ready to get on the plane, because the way that he is playing, like, we know the level of Scream, but it almost just looks like he's had enough and has just decided this is over. 4-1. It's still very early stages, and we are going to get an investment once again from Oxygen. Toronto with his operator once more, but I don't know. Like, this doesn't look like the Oxygen we're used to seeing. I think they need one of those rounds that almost just gets you pumped up, like a hero play, someone to get the mood a little bit better, because thus far, they've just looked down in the dumps.
They definitely have. And, you know, one of the things I'll say when it comes to Team Liquid right now, that previous round might not have looked that... Oh, hold on. This is going to be a flash into the smoke. It's going to be a peek around. The turret doesn't see anyone. Oh, but the jump out from Scream's dangerous. He has his ult, and that's going to be popped. He farmed this in the previous round, and now they get a kill because of it. The damage he did, the aggression, the push through, the info as well. They know there's a player on the left side. It's going to be popped up with the Hunter's Fury to take Zisto down. Toronto recovers what he can. Turco wants to go out and take an aggressive duel. The wall stops him from seeing as they sideswipe out the left side. Scream's good for a double from that position before going down to a shock dart. And it's all on to Toronto. He's been fantastic in the start of this round, but now 2 shots need to be hit. And it won't be a Yampy style clutch. He's got his knives in his back pocket, and that's what he wants to pull out, but nobody's challenging him. Team Liquid are going to make him make the first move. Oh, the updraft above. He doesn't see him. Just a pixel between them. That could have been Link dealt with, but instead the crossfire remains strong. And as he's seen, Toronto gets shot in the back pursuing his victim. 5-1. Team Liquid, they're looking just beautiful right now. And on every single front, individually, Scream and Yampy have been absolutely massive. Link showed up on the previous map for a bunch of massive A-holds, and it seems like every time that Oxygen gets some sort of foothold, they get around like the pistol, immediately it's answered back on. They get a couple of kills go their way, and it's either Scream or Yampy to just pull it back with 2 or 3 of their own and put their team into the advantageous spot again and again.
And that's the thing. We saw some of the earlier matches out from Liquid. It looked like maybe things were a little bit off, like they would lose some sillier clutches. Okay. Wow. Yeah, you know, it's up against pistols. A little bit of style being thrown in. Nice shot from Zisto, actually. You almost don't see that he gets a kill there, but he's been playing in through mid.
One enemy remaining.
Trying to get aggressive in this round. Not really a problem. But yeah, I think even just like the players that we don't necessarily highlight every single time, like you just look at the way that they play those after plants. The crossfire, no risks taken. It just looks like Liquid have been slowly but surely like improving all of the minor details of their game that we talked about as problems previously. And now are actually starting to look like a finished product, which, considering the amount of time that they've had with Yampy, is really scary. Because, like, even when we saw them like a week or so ago when they played versus Fnatic, sure, that game was mostly for cash and maybe a little bit of seeding, but they didn't look anywhere near this good.
One of the other problems you have to highlight is that for Team Liquid right now, they're playing an aggressive game, but not a stupid one.
Yeah.
Like, some teams will get the advantage. They'll feel like they're so much better, and they'll just start running around and basically deathmatching. That's not what's happening here. Liquid are tending towards more aggressive strategies, certainly, but that's what they should be doing. When you're owning the way that they are, absolutely. Oh, no! Toronto, he wants to find a bit of space, you know, go in for that right side peek down B, get them the advantage, dash out of there. It all looks so good on paper, but when you run into Yampy, it looks very bad very quickly. Mitez holding up close as well as in danger. No support here. He goes down. That's the utility gone out of the round. The Cosmic Divide that could play big into retakes. And there are 4 players. They're about to drone him out as well. Oh, Mitez, you're in trouble. 5 players here now as the drone comes in. But Mitez gets a double. Okay, that's worth it. Man advantage is now theirs. Ultimate's out of the game. They've taken down the Killjoy. The Yampy's not so much important here. But the lockdown, that could have given the A side for free. That could have granted them a free post plant. But now that Hunter's Fury can be used to try and find more information, stop the push, and gain them a foothold on the round as they push up behind. This is huge for Oxygen. The best they've looked so far. Closing it out will be difficult. They need to avoid giving fights until Zistao makes that big flank. But Turco, he got a little bit greedy. He saw that tag come through and felt the kill was his, but it wasn't. Glove distracting the shot from above as the swing comes out, but it's only good for a single. Now Golov has to clutch it. They know exactly where he is. 15 seconds, they can safely plant it. No utility to deal with them. The Hunter's Fury, everything he had was already used in the early round. Here's an ult from Scream, a headshot, but he still has 2 players to take down. And with 23 HP, being tagged up by that recon, there wasn't a damn chance. 7-1. It's starting to feel really, really scary for Oxygen, Tom. This is a team that has beaten the second best in the region, the best in their region, overcoming Footballers for what was definitely a huge milestone for this team to make it to where they are now. And now they've got 1 round out of the last 21.
Yeah, I feel like if you say it like that, it doesn't sound great, does it? No, they are in a rough spot.
I don't think there is a way to say it. They're 100% on pistol rounds in this map, which is good.
Yeah, that's a good sign. You know what? They're pretty good at the attack of this map. Yeah, they're looking out of it at this stage, and I think even in that round, like, they're making all-in plays, like very risky plays, like the push all the way through. You can see that Liquid are more than prepared for everything they're attempting, even expecting players to be close, and Mitchman still manages to get away with 2. This is a better start, though. Glove, finding an opener. Now, you look at the weaponry that they currently have. It's not great, but they do have a few ultimates available to them. Maybe this could give things away. Soulcast, so crisp, though, to take down Mitchman, and there's going to be a response almost instantaneously as it turns things into a 3v3. The lockdown place to try and hold them back, and Zisto is going to be watching. He's going to find himself one even still, but the remaining players are going to have to back away.
You know, in a normal game, this is a very, very good round, but I'm gone past caring about damage done to the economy. You know, with these pistols, they've managed to get a lockdown in play, but they need to do more. They need to get around on the board. They need to start upsetting Liquid because they're maxed up on money. They're feeling good. Got to put a spanner in the works, and well, we'll see if that's going to happen. Yampy up close with his ult in hand. You always believe in him in this position, and this might just be why. The trade even comes in when Turco hits that Sheriff shot, an 8-1. I mean, yeah, say what you will about Turkish teams on the attack side in general. Certainly Oxygen on this map. But if you're only getting the 1 round, I'm not going to give you a snowball's chance. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think as well, like, the way that afterplant was actually played by Liquid, I do wonder if they had sort of spotted that there was a res in play, so they basically didn't give them a chance to turn that into a 3v2. They just played more aggressively, more in the face, to just go, okay, we have the better weapons. They haven't had a chance to cross and pick any of them up, so let's just deny them to get back into the site. It's arguably the closest round that we've had, other than the one that they actually managed to win. And well, hey, if they get to 4, I would give them at least a hope in hell, but right now it just doesn't look like that's going to be possible. Yumpy again is going to go searching for the opener. A lot of stars placed to potentially try drag him in, stun him before he can get anything done. Now they do have Cam currently sat back, and he's actually not going to connect the shot. The first time I think I've said that all game.
You know, they even get the cam activated, spot them out, and Liquid, they played this one cautiously at the start. Oh, the TP! It's going to be spotted, it's going to be destroyed and dealt with, but they've gotten out the choke point in the meantime. The distraction game, the smokes, the cages, Zistow, good to get one around the edge, but what more can he do with low HP? Not a whole lot, apparently. Hold on, Turco! A double for him, Link's alone! He's spraying away and not connecting, and that's it! The round goes to Oxygen. They only lose the 1 player. Again, I want to point out Liquid. Their early approach to that round, they know there's a camera. They start shooting away, trying to destroy it in line. Eventually, they spotted him do. They put a nano swarm down, ensuring there's no player in the corner. They took a very slow approach to the round. It was, what, 1 minute 10, 1 minute 15, when they started to drone out and really look for the site. And that is what I'm talking about when I say this team is not kind of giving up and going, hey, let's just go kill them. They are still coming in pointed. They don't want a 13-10. They want a 13-1. And now, at least 2 on the board for Oxygen. That won't be possible.
Yeah, they're still being meticulous, I think it is the best way to put it, but going into the beginning of this round, they've finally been quelled. At least the flood has been stopped for now, but still an awful lot still to do if they're going to make this map competitive. You can see Toronto still going to be lurking around the edge of the smoke. He wants to try and find a fight, give his team a bit of an advantage here. The thing is, the attempts are not really being changed by Liquid. They're still going to go for the early battle in towards the A site. They're still going to try and find the positioning of that cam, and Soulcast hoping he can find an entry, but if anything, he's still managed to force them back.
The Molly is going to hit Zistow on his rotate over. A flash comes in, which he dodges and looks to take down Scream. Unfortunately, that's an achievement that not many will manage all too easily. Mitez going to find that out the hard way as well. He pops up like whack-a-mole. And unfortunately, this one bites back. 3 versus 3. That's exactly what Liquid needed. And Oxygen, they slip up a little bit. The first kill fine, but Mitez up above. That's the man advantage back out of their hands, as the retake will be mounted with lots of utility coming through. Link catches out Toronto on short, and now it's only the players up above. A wall to grant them vision far and wide, and pop a res onto Mitez. How much is that going to really net for them? They've got to win these duels. The shock darts. Is that a double bounce vertical shock dart? Doesn't look like it'll come into play anyways. Jonas is sat there. I'd say with how quickly these rounds are going, he's like, oh guys, yeah, they're going to use my cool shock dart. Oh, the round's over. Never mind.
Well, I think Scream even kills the player rezzed through the wood as well. So if there was any chance, he just denied it with the spam. Again, another solid take. And I do love the way that even if they're not finding the opener necessarily, and a lot of the kills they're getting, they're using those ultimates to just force really awkward positions for the players of Oxygen. They've not really looked comfortable throughout this series, just in the manner of how meticulous Liquid are currently being. Again, they're not allowing a lot of this A-site aggression, which is something, even in the pistol round, we saw attempted by Oxygen. They've denied the pressure that they try and put into mid. The aggressive B takes have normally ended in a dead player. If anything, we're just talking about how Liquid have had such a solid default that Oxygen are almost forced back into their shell, and they're still going to go running through. At this stage of the game, you almost have to expect someone to be here.
Well, this is it. All the pressure made over on the A site. 3 players spotted there. They're making a lot of noise. They think, you know what? In a couple of these rounds, Liquid have gone very direct. They've gone 5 players through A long. They've done it twice, I think, at this point. And so I guess they take the chances, right? Roll the dice and try to get the early flank like we'd seen them do down middle, albeit unsuccessfully over in an eco round. This is it's a heartbreaking situation, but 3 on the board. Wrong. It's essential. Yep.
Oh, okay. All right, Toronto. Maybe they didn't get it wrong. I was thinking they've stacked their players on the other side of the map. They rotated everyone onto A after the pick went in the other direction. They left Toronto to try and be that raid boss, that one defender of this site. And now they've got to be careful. The tag through onto Zisto has just pulled this one apart. Turco tries to get back into the site on his own, and Mitez is just a little bit too far behind. He's left into a 1v2, Mitch, and they desperately need a third.
Oh, they do so badly. Cryptics and Solkis just grouped up on the side as well. This is a really tough one to make work. He's going to pull his stars back, but he has to wait a while before he can even use them. And with the Cosmic Divide for backside, they know where he is. With that alarm bot, there's no way. There's 2 players stacked on top of each other. He can't isolate the fight. He can't take them both down. You'd even have to jump out to face them perfectly. Unlucky. 10-2. Oxygen. Well, I said I couldn't possibly believe in them if they had 1 Tom. I'll be honest, not much has changed with a 2nd on the board. But it was such a valiant attempt by Toronto, and I think he had to go aggressive there. When they popped that lockdown into play, falling back towards spawn, playing the retake, it was a decision. Sure, it's feasible, but on his way, he was likely to be caught anyways if they pushed on through, and being the only player there, he wanted to make that hero play. But it definitely didn't work.
I think as well, the initial read just comes out because most rounds have ended on A. Like, Liquid have really been focusing on that side of the map. And I sort of mentioned it earlier, I haven't been massively impressed with Oxygen's attempt at retakes. But it also just seems that Liquid are doing very well in their post plant, something that I think that they've definitely worked on coming into like the latter stages of this event. So, yeah, thoroughly impressed with Liquid, but Oxygen, it's one hell of a mountain to climb. A map down, 8 rounds behind, and only 3 for Liquid to take themselves through to Iceland. It's going to be a mid-take, the spike rotating in towards B, where we do see a fair amount of the utility, and also Scream and Yumpy. So again, it looks like the read is almost too solid for the side of Liquid.
Yeah, any of these things on their own, utility in a pistol round's always scary. The turret even can do quite a considerable amount of damage. And then you look at the fact that not only is it that, it's Scream, it's Yampy. Again, on their own, very dangerous foes. Zistow, he's lurking outside of A. This hasn't actually spotted him on the recon, so he might try to make a sneaky play on through while the rest of the team is distracting on B and pick up the rotates. Scream is the first to eliminate Toronto, the molly to slow them, the smoke to block them, and now this is where you would imagine Zistow makes a big play, but no, it's not to be, and Liquid, they just tear them apart. Zistow was caught out rotating the long way around. I guess he'd been tagged up in an earlier fight off screen with Link because he's now on 49 HP. And, well, yeah, he gets 1 kill, but there's 3 more to go, and they've just blocked him out completely. Closed the door right in his face.
They definitely know where he is, that's for sure. He's just going to walk straight into a crossfire. Again, I have to say, Liquid just look like they've got every single thing planned. Like, they're reading things off a script at this stage. Like, Oxygen have just not been able to pull any wool over their eyes, even with like small attempted fakes in this round. Liquid just didn't budge. They didn't move a single player. They just left everybody on that B site knowing that this is where the play was going to come in. And hey, you have to give props to them that they're just prepared by the looks of it. And while 11-2, no surprise that we're at least going to see some sort of investment here from Oxygen. But actually, by the looks of it, I think they're going to play for overtime, which I guess there's no good solution here, but I'm surprised. I thought we would have seen a force.
Well, at least it tells you mentally this team is not broken. They may have just secured a total of 3 rounds so far in this series and be on the verge of losing their potential spot over in Iceland, but they're not going to just count themselves out. They're willing to fight all the way, believe in the game plan. But sometimes you need a lot more than a game plan, and right now you're seeing them being torn apart as expected. Again, they're not really investing into this one, but it's not a pretty sight when they only get the 1 kill. 12-2. Liquid, they can do what they want. They can play this as a bonus. They can invest up. They could try to play a 5v5 knife fight. It doesn't much matter because they've got so much room to maneuver. 10 rounds in a row needed for Oxygen to pull this one back.
I would never predicted this. Whether you believe that Liquid were going to come through all the way from Europe to make it through to this stage to fight for EMEA, whether you believe that they had a chance versus FPX, a team that we've expected to be one of the best teams within maybe even the world. Like, we wanted to see them fight Iceland. I don't think there's anyone who didn't. I don't believe anybody expected that over 2 maps we were going to see Oxygen get maybe only 2 rounds. Like, that was just not plausible at all. Yumpy again is already going to kick things off as Glove is down and out. He will have to watch from the sidelines and hope that his team can help them survive a little bit longer. As now we're going to see some utility expended. Toronto trying to sneak his way through. Scream pulled off the angle, but there's still a player lurking within the smoke. Mitez has been able to find one at least, and Link is going to be there to trade. This is looking like a better round from Oxygen, but there's Soulcast to put another in the dirt.
Yeah, see, the thing is, it's so close even when there's weaker weapons in play. That's the scary thing. Liquid able to pull it back now and get 2 Vandals for what could be a retake if they don't just go out for the fights right away. Mitez, oh, he swings out for more. 3 kills on the board. That's what we needed. Oxygen now have the advantage, and with Scream, 30 HP, hey, he's a Phoenix. Hot hands, wall, he can heal, but he's already used those. So instead, he's left now with virtually no health, no ultimate to get him some sort of an advantage to pull back into the round. This was a bonus. This was a weaker buy for a lot of the Liquid guys. And he's got, there's no way he goes in with an operator. There's no way. He's out of here. He's bailing down the mid. I could see it though. 12-2 up, you're like, now I can one-shot them.
There was a part of me that was like, is he going to try and end this in style? Is he going to try and be the screaming team once again? Something that I think is clear to see from today is nowhere near the case anymore. He is a part of a system, a pretty important piece. But yeah, not going to do it this time. They are making sure that there is no way that Oxygen get back into this. At least a shining light, something for Oxygen to get behind. We've not seen anywhere near the best of this roster today. Like, I don't want to sit here and say like we've seen something like, oh yeah, you know, Europe, they're the better, blah blah blah. I don't care. Like, we have seen that this Oxygen side are a strong roster. Today, they've been outclassed. But if Liquid give them an opening, if Liquid give them a way back in, they can build up some momentum. Hey, I'm not going to call the comeback, but it is possible.
I mean, we can't say enough that this is the team that beat FPX 13-7 and 13-5. They dismantled them. Liquid have been looking damn good recently. We said after just... Oh, no, Zistow. Oh, no. That Phoenix Molly is so good, and we've seen that used in North America, even just yesterday for some massive plays. And here it is again. Man, Oxygen traded out. 4v4 rather, but Mitez has got low HP, goes up against the operator. Hey, it's a better fight for him to take, I suppose, but the first bullet does hit and it takes him down. Man advantage now to play with defenders. not having a bunch of control. Look at this massive gap over towards short and garden. Those guys can push on through and get a lot. The window's still closed though, so wrapping into spawn was pretty much the only option without giving away a lot of information and making a lot of noise. And of course, that player you're seeing on the radar is down below. So when they break it, they're not going to see him. They have to jump down, and Link is hearing it. He's communicating to his teammates. This is where he has an option for another massive play. He did it in the previous map. There's the first, but he's now being spotted. The wall bangs are dangerous from above and beside. And still oh no, Yerpy! That timing is perfect. He's looking to close it out here, and now with the knives, not going to get it done. Toronto running away with knife in hand, but he runs right into the waiting arms of Solkis. That is the game. 13-3. Team Liquid absolutely demolish Oxygen. They've been off the radar in the EU scene for quite some time, but they finally resurfaced. And now the first representative of EMEA in Masters 2 will be Team Liquid. What a game, Tom.
Yeah, I think if you went into the early qualifiers of this stage and you said, Tom, the Team Liquid are going to be your representative, they're going to be the team that's going to be swinging that EMEA flag, they're the ones that will go off to face North America, Brazil, Korea, the SEA as well, so many different regions, I would have called you crazy. But the fact is, they have developed so much as a roster, I'm really excited to see how they're going to do on this stage, and they have thoroughly deserved the spot.
100%, Tom. And some of the things we have to highlight, it's not a fluke run, you know? Sometimes we discredit on how the bracket went or anything like that. This team beat BDS. They beat FPX. They've just beaten a team that took down the best in the region of Footballist. This is not a team that's messing around. Liquid look better than they ever have before, and so do a lot of these players. And we have to highlight some of them, Tom. Of course, some of these guys deserve to be what we like to call player of the match. So if you guys want to vote for the player of the match, head on over to @ValEsports_EU. Currently, the players you can vote for are Scream, Link, and Solkis. Let us know who you think deserves that one. Honestly, Tom, for the first time, I think it really is up for debate because I just loved every aspect of Liquid.
You really could pick anyone at this stage. I don't think there's a member of their team who doesn't deserve the spot or is being carried or maybe screaming team. Like, we've heard that so many times about this roster. Tens and Friends is another one, but I am so excited to see how this Liquid roster is going to perform going forward. And the best thing is, they've got a few weeks to prepare. So that means that Sliggy can get his little puppeteering hands out and start creating new strategies. It's going to be so fun to see them play.
You've seen what they can do with Yampy in just a matter of weeks. Now, just wait when they can double up that time. It's going to be scary, that's for sure. Team Liquid going on to Masters 2. For now, we're going to go on to a break. When we come back, we've got a more exciting matchup for you guys. Fnatic taking on Gambit Youngsters. I don't expect any one-sided maps there. We'll see you real soon.
Welcome back to the semi-finals of the EMEA Challengers playoffs, where Team Liquid have just secured themselves a spot at Masters 2 in Iceland. I'm your host Yinsu, and I'm bringing you guys a quick post-match interview with Team Liquid's Yampy. Hi Yampy, welcome back to the show. Massive congratulations for qualifying. What a performance today.
Thank you a lot. Yeah, I'm really proud of the boys, and this boot camp has helped a lot, like to improve our own team game and everything. So this is the main goal we achieved, and yeah, I'm super happy.
Hi to Jonas, as always. Well, this is going to be the first Valorant LAN ever, so your first Valorant LAN, and also your first LAN in a while, just in general, because of the situation that's going on globally. How do you feel about the prospect of going to Iceland?
Yeah, I'm super excited again to play LANs. The feeling and the energy is just different between the online and like LAN games, and it's also super nice to play against like NA and Korean as like a region team. So I'm super excited.
Well, let's talk about that before I let you go. Which region, I know some of the other teams, they haven't qualified yet, like yourself, but which region are you most looking forward to playing, and how do you think you guys will do on the international stage?
First of all, I think, of course, we want to play like every region, like NA and Korean, but I think we're gonna do well. We still have like 3 weeks to practice now, I think. Yeah, and we're gonna practice super hard and just gonna be ready for every team there is. Like every team they're super good, so we're gonna be prepared very well, and hopefully it's gonna make a nice run there also.
Well, if this is how you guys look now, you're going to look very scary in 3 weeks. Thank you so much for your time, Yampy, and congratulations once again.
Thank you. See ya.
Well, I'm back on the desk with Ryan and Lothar. Guys, Team Liquid have qualified. This is not something I think many people would have expected a few months ago when we first started Challengers, Ryan. But what a performance from them today.
Yeah, pure vindication for them, considering how far they've come as like mostly the Fish 1, 2, 3 roster. They had a couple of, first strike moments, Masters Stage 1 moments where they didn't look good and they fluffed up their lines. Today was a flawless performance from them. They look a threat. What confidence to go into Masters 2 with. Not only the fact they qualified, they're looking really informed doing so.
Yeah, this is one of the first times where the meme that Team Liquid is like a universal choke sign, it didn't apply to them, and it's great to see this team in Valorant, and pun intended this time, it's Oxygen who are out of breath, and it's actually amazing to watch Liquid progress because their fundamentals are there. There's not a single round where I was thinking to myself, oh, someone is caught off positioning, someone is not being prepared for a trade, someone's like unaware of their opponent's position. Everything is there. Like Liquid has great fundamental setup basically for every single round. Good setups when it comes to utility usage, but also great adaptation technique. So when they gonna have more time to prepare for Iceland, I gonna assume every single map will be something new that we didn't see before from Liquid.
I mean, Yampy was confident there, going onto the international stage. They know what they're going to bring, and I'm confident as well. I'm very happy we're going to be seeing Team Liquid represent EMEA at Iceland. Of course, those stats, once again, everybody kind of stepping up on the side at Liquid and popping off. And not just a Scream for once, but of course, Scream had a great performance too. But just before we move on, I do want to sort of round this up with Oxygen, because they have shown what they can do, domestically in the Turkish region, and also here over the last 2 weeks at the EMEA playoffs. I do feel like, Ryan, to a degree, they have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and perhaps nerves could have got to the better of them today.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it across the series, they picked the map Haven and lost it 13-0. It was always going to be a challenge coming into Ascent and just putting together any form of performance. When it comes to viewership, the Turkish scene is probably one of the most popular, certainly in Europe, but across the world as well. And they were the last bastion for this region to show the rest of the world globally what Turkey had, full stop. Considering Fubalist and BBL didn't perform to the same level, I expect that Oxygen are going to learn a lot from this. They certainly didn't look their best today, but I'm really excited to see what Turkey do in the future. This is going to be a negative reaction for them, I suppose. But let's not pretend that Team Liquid haven't had those in the past, and look how much they've adapted from that pain, from those losses. I imagine that all of the Turkish teams that made it this far, that didn't go to Iceland, are going to learn from this a lot, and they're going to come back in stage 3 very strong, I hope.
100%. I mean, we can't ignore the fact that, you know, when you are a Turkish team, all of the fans expect you to win. They don't, coming second is not good enough. You need to win. So we have to take that into consideration as well. And, you know, it's been great to see what they can show us from the Turkish region. But sadly, they are out, which means we only have one more European team and a CIS team left in the competition. But before we move on to the second best of 3, I'd like to announce player of the match. Any guesses, guys? Want to take a stab in the dark at this one?
Well, I could scream it.
I mean, Lothar, you would be correct. It is a Scream. Now, Lothar, Scream is going to be going to a LAN, and there's no better player that we want to be representing us, right?
I mean, can you imagine Scream playing on literally 0 ping? Like, this guy will be a madman. He's really scary. I remember watching him on LAN in different games, and he was unreal. And now he was going to be unreal in VALORANT for the first time ever on LAN. I cannot wait. Cannot wait to see that.
I cannot wait either. We're definitely sending a pretty good guy to represent us if we want to take down the other regions as well. But like I said, Team Liquid have already qualified for Iceland and will be in the grand finals tomorrow as well. But we have one more spot up for grabs, and that is going to come down to Fnatic and Gambit. Now, Fnatic is one of the biggest surprises, I'd say, coming into this tournament with their recent improvements. And Lothar, as of late, is really difficult to fault them.
Oh, I mean, Fnatic is a different team. You know, the precision, the confidence that is oozing right now after the 2 roster changes. So Derek and Magnum elevated the team to be one of the best in the region. So the big talking point is Derek. He knows how to play Jet. He knows how to create space for his teammates. He knows how to secure pushes. He opens up so much, but he's always supported by someone. And it's worth mentioning, Boaster, the mastermind behind the team, seems that he found something that was missing for the team before. Now, he plays a lot of Brim, which is funny because there's a lot of critique coming, especially from NA players, that EU is not playing Astra, but Boaster is a perfect example how you play Brim as a support. It's like boots on the ground. You know, with the gun out there, he's supporting his teammates. He creates those trades, and he had massive ADR against Guild, 158 over the entire entire match, while playing Sova and Brim. And we cannot also forget about Mystic fully embracing Viper lately and rediscovering, like, you know, how to play her, because now she's more of the Sentinel, something that we have seen with Liquid on Haven today already and in the past, and that is just fantastic to see. So yeah, Fnatic looking like someone who should be probably going to Iceland, but Gambit is up there.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit, their opponent, they did come through the losers bracket after losing on that first day, but after beating BBL and FPX, Ryan, they are not messing about.
Yeah, I think that win over FPX is going to do the world of confidence to them on maps like Icebox that we're going to see a lot, but the main thing, I suppose, for both these teams is anti-planting. The way that these guys really start to work around stuff. We saw a round before on Haven where Fnatic just came in and just absolutely had great spacing, something that we didn't see from Oxygen on Haven, right? So what do you do as a defender? You do stuff like Defo's doing here. Nats is going to be insane across this series. He has some really nice camera plants. They have all of this information in this shot that FPX have made their way into A tower. Defo's literally taking pot shots at people, and they can sort of just clear up the entirety of FPX before the plant goes in. Why is that going to be important for Fnatic? Look at the compositions that they play. They like to get the spike down on the attack, play pretty far back and throw in Viper mollies, Killjoy nanoswarm, shock darts. That's Fnatic's game plan for the most part. Gambit's job is to basically make sure that it just doesn't go down. They stop it entirely and they shut down those really aggressive executes as they come in.
Well, we have to talk about map pools as well when it comes to these two teams because, you know, Fnatic have sort of been flexing their bans between the Split and Ascend, whereas Gambit have taken that Haven off the table quite often. But let's look at the vetoes for today because they are in and see what they decided to go with. I'm not expecting anything too surprising here, but as I said, no Haven and no Split. But Gambit have decided to choose the Icebox first. Lothar, they've looked great here as of late, but usually you'd expect them to maybe lean towards the Ascent.
Honestly, I'm kind of torn. Like Gambit, we didn't see much of Gambit yet in our tournaments in EU, right? We have seen them play against FPX in the opening match when they lost on Icebox, but they looked great in the beginning, right? They were winning 8-4 against FPX. But now, after the second match against FPX, they look fantastic. They basically were revitalized in general, and I kind of expected them to pick Icebox first because they were just coming hot off the press from yesterday's matches, and I like how they play it. You know, there's a lot of space that they create with all the utility first and opening sites. The Viper utility is a big talking point, of course, but this one I didn't see much yet innovation when it comes to how people play Viper on Icebox after the changes. It's still the same kind of style that we have seen in the past, pre-buff. But in general, let's say this way: Gambit with the composition that they have with the Cypher, the Sage, the Sova, Viper, Jet, they are planning to be a little bit more defensive and also create a lot of weird angles for Fnatic to attack. So I feel like this actually benefits Gambit a little bit more than Fnatic on the first map.
The one thing I think that Gambit want to make sure that they shut down is Durka on the Jet. You have this really nice battle of the Jets happening between the two, and Durka, very aggressive, postures a lot on B main on top of the boxes, you know, basically sits there and goes, hey, I'm over here, Gambit, come try and fight me. And really, if you're Gambit, you either take the duel and maybe risk losing it, putting Fnatic into a 5v4, or you just have to keep an eye on it and respect it, and it just keeps the attention of the defender team from that point. Defo needs to shut it down with the operator. It depends how often he gets it, but basically Gambit need to stop Durka from running right here.
Well, we are going to head into Agent Select now and see what both of these teams are going to be picking up. But as you said, Ryan, there, Defo versus Durka, this is going to be a very, very interesting matchup. But of course, Fnatic have never played against Gambit before, but Durka has.
Yeah.
So in a way, he's a little bit of a secret weapon here on this map. Now, everyone on Gambit has locked their agents in, and Lothar, we've seen them play this composition a couple times, and they look very promising here.
Absolutely fantastic performance on attack, by the way. If I'm not mistaken, it's Icebox 63% attack round performance, while on defense is only 46. But remember, this map is a little bit attack based in general. But they are scary on this attack, and it's hard. Something that we mentioned in the pre-show and then Ryan mentioned right now: shutting down Durka or shutting down Defo is actually a problem on such an open map. Like, you can't really predict what the Jet exactly will do because there are no set plays. There's so much space open for them to improvise and just adapt to the situation. So it's not easy to counter the Jet player unless you have a lot of flashes. And as you can see, neither of those teams are actually playing them.
Yeah, no, they're not. I guess opting for the Sova there kind of makes sense when it comes to how you want to also play into an operator Jet. But Ryan, of course, two very, very similar team compositions, and usually the only difference is Nats on that Cypher and Magnum on that Killjoy.
Yeah, I like the sort of battle of, I keep saying battles, like Sentinels of Killjoy versus Cypher. Nats, you expect the Cypher player. I'm sure Tombizz, the fellow Baldy, is going to fawn over his like setups on the defense. But I do think we're going to see a lot of just scrappy battles over on the A site. Fnatic do like to vary it up when it comes to their defaults being slow, but expect some hard hits and expect Gambit to meet them head on. There's going to be a lot of aim duels, and it might just come down to who's feeling it on the day, right? So I think these first couple of rounds, especially if Gambit could build that momentum, like Neil was saying in the pre-show, get the pistols out their way, build some economy, get Defo on the up, and make sure that he keeps it. It's going to be really difficult for Fnatic to break through on the attack if they're not careful, but I mean, Durka can just do anything at once, it seems.
Well, this is it. It's time for our second qualification, best of three, with just one spot left on the line. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Gambit and Fnatic, Tom. This is set to be a pretty damn good game. I have to say, Gambit, they surprised me the other day. You know, up against FPX, it was said to be a tight series, and it was a flip around from what we had seen. The last result this time, how do you feel it's going to go versus Fnatic?
Oh, that's an impossible question to answer. It's just like they're asking me like, why I prefer. Do you like chocolate or do you like ice cream? It's like, well, that's not fair. I like both. So I don't know. Like, I think this is going to be hopefully the closer of the two series. Like the last one, although I'm very happy for Liquid, was a little bit of a letdown. I think that's fair to say. Going into this one, Ryan is definitely right. Like, you'd expect, being a Brit, that my favorite player going into this one would be a Brit. But I love watching Nats play. Like, I just think he is the best Cypher in my eyes. I think the way that he uses his cams for information almost sort of quells the issues of some of the other pieces of his utility on this map. So it's going to be a banger, but we're going to be getting into map number 1 of hopefully a 3-map thriller.
Yeah, I'll set the expectation for Redgar pretty high as well from what we saw the other day. He was huge in a lot of their games so far in the run through VCT, and now it comes down to this series to fight off for their spot in Iceland. And Durka, well, he's winning the duel of the duelists. As the first jet to fall is going to be Defo. Man advantage for Fnatic, and they haven't given very much away.
Yeah, if anybody's going to have looked into Durka, by the way, it would definitely be Gambit after what he did to them when he played previously within the CIS qualifier. So they should know this map. Magnum has managed to lurk his way quite far forward into B. Now, the rest of the team are still going to be just waiting outside A, see how much he could potentially get done. Maybe sell this as a bit of a fake and try and force some rotations. But as of right now, Gambit aren't really playing in that sort of style. They're not pulling players over just yet. But with the drone suddenly coming through, just watch Magnum. He's already making that play in behind.
Of course he is. Likes to go for the sneaky plays.
They're going back.
And they've got control over the site completely. He's even making his way into Hall. So, of course, Fnatic going to rotate over. They've got a free plant over on that site while Durka just distracts. Just a little more than that, actually. He's already got 3 kills, and sure, he'll be killed eventually, but he's done more than he needed to in keeping them in position. The B-side plant is underway. They've used a wall, but they didn't need to because there's barely anyone to fight off against. A 4v2 as Gambit want to go in for the retake. And they're being heard. I think both of them have been heard at this point, moving down through middle. All the info to play with for Fnatic, all the time, the post plans. I mean, this is going to be a pretty hard one. Even look, they're sneaking in through kitchen, and the turret's spawned.
Yeah, it seems like Fnatic have thought of everything in this round, and the amount of time that's just being wasted here alone. Boaster's already come up on the flank again. If the first one wasn't bad enough, this can only make it work. He's hearing every single sound, but they have left something behind to catch him. But the thing is, there's barely any time left. They need to be on the spike roundabout now. Instead, they're still trying to fight the players in from behind. Fnatic are playing with their food, and while Nats, I guess he could try and do a little bit of extra damage. Maybe just die to the spike. That's all he's really hoped for here.
I think he was even trying to sneak up behind them, like get through the spike a little bit. But it came out a bit too far. You know, I love that as well. You say they leave something behind. I have to ask you, Tom. Trip or trap wire? What are you going for?
I always say trip, but the name of it is trap.
Oh, I know what it's technically called, but it's a tripwire, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's a tripwire. It's there to catch you. It's there to trip you up. Like,
there you go.
I don't know. Technically, you do get trapped in it, though, so I'm kind of indifferent. I'll be honest with you.
I see. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. Yeah, it could trip you, but it could trap you, too. Who knows? You know, the debate will go on forever. But it's tripwire. As we move in towards the B site, Gambit gonna be on their way, it's fair to say. Bit of a sea of whatever color you want to call that. I call it green. I've heard people call it blue. They're colorblind. They're moving in towards the B side is the important thing. There's 5 players here. They've got pistols, so they're throwing themselves at these guys, trying to deal damage in any way that they can. The first was a leap above the ice wall that quickly ended in Nat's death. And, well, for now, actually, they have successfully stopped the plant. It's going to take a little while. The Sage Wall will be out of play. There's potential for damage to be done here by Gambit.
I quite like that they don't overplay things, though. I think a lot of teams will take a huge risk when it comes to these plant situations, not knowing where a lot of the players are. Mystic is just going to play within the smoke. And sure, they have lost 1 player along the way, but if they can keep this down to just a single man loss, that's absolutely fine for Fnatic. Of course, on the other side of things, Defo trying to do as much damage as humanly possible, but this time it won't be the case. Now, you've mentioned a few players here and there. I think especially going on to the defense side is where you do see a lot of the sort of snazzier, more interesting things coming out from Gambit. A lot of the time we talk about snake bites and how they're used in afterplants. In fact, you even got to see one there landing down to try and deny things. But I've always quite liked the way that Redgar actually plays his slightly more aggressively on the defense. Try and make some of the positions that players are going to want to boost up into a lot more awkward to try and face off in early in the round. So we'll see if he can maybe catch out a few players here. Of course, this is the bonus round. This is where realistically we're not expecting a massive amount from Fnatic, but they do still have a rifle on Durka, and that alone is enough to scare a fair few teams.
You know, I think it's kind of funny the point about Redgar, because Mystic, he does the same, right? He'll play like, you think about Bind, right side, he'll activate up those snake bites and deal serious damage. Those cages about to go down. That's where the wall comes into play, and Durka's caught out of position, but the trades are there. This is a bonus round. This is weaker weapons for Fnatic, and they're in a 4 versus 2. Gambit are going to try to recover this, but they don't know about Magnum, who's just sneaking up behind them again. This guy's flying so far has been very annoying to deal with, and got them around on the B plant, and now pretty much securing this one, taking down Defo and leaving Shados to do it all. And he's even spotted now, moving back. They know that he's in heaven. They know they've got a little bit of space to maneuver with. Not quite that much space, Doma, but all right, I like it.
Enemy down.
Don't know how he's getting away with that one. It's like a 20 bullet spray, but hey, he got there.
Yeah, that's more what I'm expecting from Shados. Like, you don't normally get away with that much when this man's on the other side. Probably one of the most clinical players you're ever going to see in Valorant, so maybe a little bit of a slower start for Gambit, and this is something they really can't afford. And in fact, they actually do lose the weapon right at the end of the round. Boaster going on a full rotation just to catch him out right at the end, so it does mean that this is going to end up as another round where there's not really much invested here. But yeah, as you already mentioned, like, I think Magnum's flanks have already become something that is going to start getting in the back of the heads of the Gambit players. Like, even if he is just going all in with the rest of his team now, they're going to have that little ick at the back of their head, that little scratch, that itch that just won't go away, that maybe he could still be behind them.
Yeah, I think it's there's a very sad story there in how we saw Shados playing that out, because I loved it. The spike exploded and he knew exactly where it was planted. He's got that radius inside his brain, so he like didn't even look. Like, cool guys don't look at explosions, right? And this is a bit of an awkward start. Durka popped his ult, he took a fight. You know, I'm not too worried because it's pistols, it's whatever. Then he updrafts again. He wants to continue getting aggressive. That wall leaves a gap for Doma to move on through. Usually you'll see that against rifles. He does it versus the pistols. It's a risk, but hey, it's paying off right now, as they have only one enemy left to deal with. And if they just lose one rifle here, it's not the end of the world. Or just one player, rather.
Magnum's flank is there once more, just to make sure that there's no real escape from Chronicle. I do have to say that the fact that Doma has gone in a few weeks from basically being the star player, the person that everybody's sort of looking to set up, to even on some maps playing as the controller and being an Omen, that was a bit of a surprise for me. We'll see if that maybe comes in a little bit later on, as we were looking at that Ascent matchup. But yeah, 4-0. Now I want to see a turnaround. Defo onto that operator. This is where he's going to start almost dominating certain portions of the map. It's why we're seeing a rotation of Viper now to play onto that B site. As said, he has a lot of deep utility that he'll throw down to try and deny early B presence, but he can now afford to do that because of the positioning of that Jet Op, basically manning the whole of A. You can see how deep his vision currently goes. The switch up though from Fnatic is to try and take further control into the kitchen. Shados is however ready, but he doesn't find the shots.
Oh, even the spray through the wall's a bit dangerous. Redgar was distracted, but the flank doesn't pay dividends this time. Nats on the double, but won't get away with his life. This is still winnable for Fnatic, but Gambit is certainly showing up. The spike on its way is under threat. Players can swing out of the window. And of course, you're seeing Redgar tucked in on short. This is a tough position to play from, and the drone going to spot him out. That could spell danger for Fnatic. Oh, he makes it over to the side. Okay. Mine can be found. Oh, never mind. Chronicles wall banged him to death. Oh, that's just sad. Oh, the snake bite is damaging him. I'm going to say at 1v2, it's, you know, in a way, easy enough, but yeah, it's
How is he
still alive, man? Snake
Somebody
bites,
kill
off
him.
shots, wall bangs, Boaster. He gets it onto Redguard. Now, he was low HP, but it's still the operator now swapped over to a rifle. Defo knows that his opponent is tagged up, but so is he. The HP just about even when you take Vandals into consideration. And the spike now planted. Hunter's Fury to be popped. He's searching for a victim, trying to find Defo or bait him into a fight, but Defo doesn't move. The recon out for the left side. Defo needs to swing. This is so awkward, but Boaster gets away with it in the end. A 3K in a round that Fnatic were looking down and out of for a moment. Somehow, Boaster pulls off the impossible.
He was playing that round almost like a sort of like a jester trying to impress a king. Like, he was stood out in the open, dancing for his opponent, and I don't know how he survived. Like, did they shoot through his legs? Was he like curving out of the way of the bullets? Like, that made no sense. And I think Gambit are going to be absolutely kicking themselves there. That was their round. They shut down the early pushes. They do very well with catching off the rotations through kitchen, even adapting to get players into the right place to make sure that there's not really any presence. They deny the initial spike plant as well, with some strong positioning from Redgar, and then they just lose. It's a sloppy 1v2. That's all I can call that. I don't want to be sort of talking of this team that we almost sing so many praises about. They beat FPX just a day ago, but that was sloppy. And Boaster, sure, he did fantastically well to be able to win a couple of 1v1s versus the two remaining players, but I think even he's probably going to have a bit of a grin after winning that round.
Oh, most definitely. Considering as well, like, even the Hunter's Fury popped, I thought could be huge, right? It would make it worthwhile, the players that Gambit had lost, if it ended up getting taken out of the play, but
Take flight.
ending up winning that clutch 5-0 behind. Gambit are going to feel the need to really make something happen, and Redgar, well, he starts it out well. We saw Durka previously push up aggressively on A with his knives in hand, and this time, well, he's going to be rezzed up. And on the other side, the knives don't land. Okay, back to a 4 versus 4 versus Sheriffs. It's not really where you want to be, especially if you're popping up reses as well. But Magnum, guess where he is? Have a guess.
He's past it. He's past the cam. They had that placed in mid to almost catch him, but he's walked around. He's heard the cam behind him. This could actually act as a bit of a trap. Rotating through will be Redgar, but even still, Magnum again. He's been in the same place almost every single round, and still Gambit are being caught by one of the new men on the block. Shado's not in the worst of positions, but sectioned off by the wall. And just look at his current direction. He's peeking behind him. He is waiting. This cam attempted to be used, and Nats finally gets rid of Magnum. But I wonder if it's too little too late.
Well, we'll see with that ult. They at least get the information to play off of Tom. It's not ideal with Nats' HP being as low as it is. So the heal is popped through. The wall to be broken buys them a little bit more time, and there's Boaster's shot. Now Nats probably just saves this. Ooh, he might go for it after that kill. That's potential certainly there, but they're just going to group up and play this one together. Maybe. No, Boaster goes just running out for a kill. All right, it works. 6-0. And an interesting point, Tom. 3 rounds so far. Magnum's come up on the flank mid. 1, he went B. This guy is behind them more often than he's in front of them.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit ridiculous. Like, they've even started putting a cam down in mid to try and catch him, but he saw it placed. And rather than breaking the cam, he just walks past it, just goes through. Like, what's the chance of him popping it within the next second? It's worth it for the potential flank that he gets onto his opposition. And sure, again, it's a round of pistols, so I don't want to talk too much about it in terms of Gambit, but they're starting to get into dangerous territory. They have a strong attack side. We heard Lothar bringing up the stats that I think both of these teams are going to be more prominent when it comes to their attack, but it's 6-0 already. We need to see a response from Gambit.
We do indeed. And at least with the ult down to cover the B site, that should be a little bit of safety for them to play around. They have still got a second player on B. Obviously, he's just covering for the walk under. They have a tripwire, and this is something I mentioned a lot, the fact that I love Cypher on this map to cover out inside of Tube. It's not like a wall that lasts 40 seconds. They can actually cover it the entire round unless players go there to take control. Speaking of taking control, well, that wall's kind of stopped what Durka wanted to do, and maybe it's for the better. Up above, it's going to be players pushing through, but just getting torn apart. And with Shados and Redgar left alone to try and make this happen, and a very late flank from Redgar, the chances are looking very, very slim. A shame having popped your Viper's Pit. You don't expect them to come towards you, but you also don't expect your A site to fall quite as quickly as it did.
I really like the variation. We'll talk about it in a moment as this is still being attempted, but Doma is just not missing a beat. It's always good when your Sage is fragging out that Rez is going to be built up faster and faster, and Redgar, this has turned into just maybe trying to earn that ultimate back a little bit, get an extra kill or two to put those ult points on the table, but again, 7-0, and the variation there from Fnatic was superb. Okay, we've been given mid control a lot in the form of Magnum. He's been able to lurk through there the majority of the time. Maybe they're expecting one man, but they're definitely not expecting the whole crew to just go running straight down, and it means that any adaptations, any changes that Gambit came up with in this round were completely negated by Fnatic because they just ran straight down mid.
I think that's very much based around the space that Magnum's been finding, right? That read that, okay, there's going to be a lot of players, or there's going to be a lack of presence around the mid area based on what he'd seen in 3 out of 6 rounds so far. Albeit, I think 2 of those are versus pistols, Tom, if I'm not incorrect. So in a buy round, it could be a little bit different, but hey, it definitely pays off here and works out. When you look at Gambit, it's not the end of the line. Certainly, on the attack side, they can make up for the slack that they've given, but I want to see them up on 4 rounds. I mean, the way things are going, doesn't look incredibly likely.
Well, yeah, I'm not one to normally mention stats, but when you have a jet operator player who's currently going James Bond, that's a big problem. Defo is yet to get on the scoreboard at all. So, and in this round, it's even worse because he's down to a Spectre, and well, he doesn't have anywhere near enough for the Blade Storm. Like, he's not even close. He would have to kill everybody just to get it in the first place. So it is just going to be him playing on that weapon in this round again. Much more of an all-in play, and this is what I meant. Like, they have been so ready for Magnum to be on the flank, but this time with his lockdown being in play, he's going to be involved in a full-on take into the A side.
And like the poison orb to stop the peek up on Catwalk, but that poison's not going to last all too much longer. Redgar falls right away. The shock darts of Boaster making Jonas jealous. As Durka takes down Nats, it's not looking too good for Gambit. They need to turn up here, man, but there's just nothing they can do. Then the orb comes in. Shados is 50 HP before he even gets near the edge of it, and Durka ensures he doesn't get out. Defo, the man who has the weaker weapon we talked about, he said he needed to kill everybody to have that ult online. Well, he needs to kill everybody to win the round now. Never mind his ultimate. And he's about to be pushed from kitchen. Good night and sweet dreams. Fnatic 8-0 on the board with a flawless round as well. It's just getting worse for Gambit as time goes on, it seems.
I'm blown away. Like, both the series we've had today were not meant to be like this. This is 8-0. I was getting ready for a close series, back and forth, like both teams fighting tooth and nail. It's 8-0 to Fnatic, and this round they had Magnum with them so that he could lock down for them to take the site. Durka walks in, kills 3 people. He goes, what's the point?
Yeah, we don't need to.
Why would I even waste this ult now? Like, why have I come with you? I might as well be on the other side. They're doing it again because he's still got the lockdown.
I mean, it works, right? Not only do they have lockdown, they also have Viper's Pit to put up on top of the side afterwards. Like, there's so much to play with here for Fnatic that they're, like, not getting to use. They've just walked into the A site for free. The flank being watched now. This is where Magnum has got a pretty big task. There's a couple of big weapons. They're not Magnums, but they are Sheriffs coming his way. And he's able to take a double before backing away. 57 HP on the board. I mean, he's definitely in danger. So is Durka falling. This could fall apart very, very quickly indeed. That shock dart does some damage, but Magnum, I think it was a teammate's shock dart? Is that Boaster? Okay, hold on. What the hell's going on? Mystic and Magnum are both down. 2v2. Spike ticking away. The time is not really on their side, though, because they've still got plenty to play with. And with Doma being all alone, a cage above. Oh, the ult that ruins it for him. He has to take a fight. And a big whiff leads to Gambit getting one on the board at last. And in quite an unlikely round as well.
How is this the round they win?
Good question.
Like, I appreciate the 4-man stack, maybe even reading into the fact that, okay, they went 5A last round because they still had the lockdown, so they went, okay, well, maybe they'll do the same again. But it's this. Like, Magnum, I think, kills 3 of the flanking players. So that means that Nats almost solely managed to retake the site. That shouldn't happen for Fnatic. So, yeah, we'll sing the praises, but that is a round that Gambit should never have had a chance in, and it came down to the individual brilliance of one man. But they need to build off this now. That's a huge play. That's a risk taken and a reward given, but now they need to get something done with the rifles. They have that operator back in play. Defo yet to really have the impact we want to see from him, but I don't expect him to go missing for long. No matter how bad it might be for him right now, there will be a resurgence at some point.
I feel like every round Dirk is hungry and he needs to get kills like that. And if he doesn't, he'll just keep pushing. It's what we saw in the last round, right? Rushing into a Sheriff and getting shot close range. 1v1 fights all over the place. Now, though, they're back. Oh, God, that's almost another kill for him. Redguard down to 26 HP. The knives popped, but no reward. No return for it, bar the damage. Nats, Redguard, Shados all low. But with Magnum falling, the chances of winning start to seriously decrease for Fnatic. They have got the B site for free, and they're walking around there, but they're so split, Tom. One player in each avenue of the map as Boaster will try to sell somewhat of a fake. He's been spotted, and that'll certainly cause a distraction. Mystic, oh, the op gets to line up on him, leaving Doma alone. And, well, he has the spike, but 5 kills to get if he wants to win this round.
The first one will be for free. He's 2 away from the res, but I can't see that really playing much of a part here. Especially considering how far away the remaining players are. You'd have to wrap all the way back around. And you can see that the remaining players from Gambit are just playing this one together. Like, they are not taking any risks in this scenario. They are not giving this man a chance, because Doma may not be in that duelist anymore, but he's still just as much of a threat. We're going to see the clearance of Kitchen. They know that he's going to have to try and get a little bit more aggressive here, but he already manages to find the second. Thankfully, Defo is there to put him down, because any more of that, and he could have made it a reality. But even in this scenario alone, he's managed to earn his ult. That's a res for the next round, alongside what is quite a lot of decent ultimates coming up for Fnatic.
Yeah, of course, we're only dealing with 2 rounds left to go, so it is unlikely that we see anything come of the damage done, especially when you've got the likes of a Jet and can pop up her ultimate. For Mystic, this did feel like a kill that he could have gotten, right? The timing of Nats coming around, just catching him off guard a little bit, and Nats was ready to clear the corner. As we come into 2 rounds remaining, Fnatic, they're in a good spot regardless of how this one goes down. For Gambit, they really need to push up to 4. They'll lose 1 more of these rounds. It becomes a seriously tough task to get back into this.
After what has been mostly rifling thus far, takes a couple of rounds being lost to now see the operator go into Durka's hands. Already looking to try and take some deep B control, where Nats is currently waiting patiently. The cam's been spotted, pre-fired, and no information going to be sent over in that regard, at least. There is still a trip to try and hold them off on the plant, potentially, but realistically, this is already looking like a full-on retake.
Yeah, it definitely is. I like the early util usage as well from Fnatic over on A. It was the slows and the shock darts to try and keep those players in position. Now, that wall not going to break all too soon. It looks like they're safe to get that plant down and fall on back, but they have lost Mystic, and that's a huge part of the, not just their post plan for snake bites, but just the wall that those players would have to push through. Now gone, it's out of play. And with him falling yet again, Gambit have the advantage on this comeback, but they need to win the duels, and even that, it's not always easy.
Oh, we're gonna see. I think it's actually going to be destroyed. They've used the Hunter's Fury, but actually, it hasn't actually gone down. A little bit of a problem. Magnum, he's still trying to cling on to life. 2 kills already. A 3rd for Magnum. He's trying to take it on his own. And now Defo's been caught. He's going to be killed off. How have they lost this round, Mitch? Magnum with a 4K on the site, and they failed it, destroying the lockdown.
They missed it with the Hunter's Fury. They missed it. How did they miss it, Tom? How did they miss it? Oh, that's heartbreaking. It really and truly is. I think it was. Is it on top of the box? Did they put that on top of the box? I'm almost certain they did. And then the poison orb covered it. And I think it would have been Gambit's poison orb covered his teammates from being able to see the lockdown. That's, yeah.
It's both.
That's that.
Brilliant and awful at the same time.
Devastating. You've got 2 rounds to the board. That was your chance. And they all pushed forward. They're like, yeah, I've got it. We're going to destroy it. Boom. You're dead. You're out of here. They need this round. They need it so damn badly if they want to have a chance. I said their attack side can be good, but it'll have to be damn near immaculate if they're to have anything to say about this map. And that's if they get a 3rd.
left red guard to be almost the solo defender of this B site. They do have Shadows available to rotate in fairly quickly. The slows will give a chance for a rotation, but as is with the Viper's Pit, if you don't manage to kill off that Viper fairly quick, a lot of the time this will fall into an A site take. Now this is exactly what Gambit are expecting. 2 players deep within the site, Defo one of them with this operator in hand, but they've actually started rotating a player back towards the kitchen, so this could actually work out quite nicely for Fnatic.
There's the drone. Should spot out Defo. He has his dash, so he's still going to take the fight, but not win it. Durka still falls from Chronicle's backside play, and as we look at Fnatic moving forward, they have a lot to work with in terms of util still, but they need to deal with that operator. Support comes in from Nats, blades out, and they're not even needed at this stage because Nats comes out with a huge triple. 9-3. Fnatic have had one hell of a first half, but damn it, they got back in there towards the end of it. Honestly, they probably should have beaten 4 up on the board. If they win the pistol, it's not all done yet. If they lose it, I'm gonna lose faith pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think I'm in agreement. Like, there's no doubt that Gambit are strong on this attack side. Like, they're a team that we've witnessed play this many times. They have a fantastic default to try and hold off any of these aggressive pushes. And I think as well, if you're going to try and get up in the face of someone like Nats, he normally has a lot of cameras to catch you doing it. So it definitely isn't over just yet. But at the same time, Fnatic not grinding out 4 rounds, I would be very surprised. So it's an uphill battle to be taken once again, something we've been saying throughout the day, really, as it's been such dominant first halves from, well, mostly Liquid, but now Fnatic as well. It's going to be a fast play through into middle. A little bit of utility to deny. Doma even just going to hide within the poison cloud. Only gets 1 for his troubles, but his teammates have had time to rotate in, Mitch.
Not only that, look at Magnum. He's on his way up behind. Yet again, if they're not expecting it, they haven't been watching the game so far. They haven't been paying attention. In fact, they hear him running down to mid. They're trying to pursue him, but that pulls them away from the site, leaving 1v1s to be played out. Down goes a Cloudburst, the spam. Shadows is gone. Shock darts, recons, everything Chronicle's got is being thrown at this round. But Fnatic will still come out on top and put double digits on the board as we start the second half. Gambit have got to be feeling deflated at this point. It's really now or never when it comes to if they force buy or if they indeed go for the save and then full buy. They have to do it then. If they don't, this map's already out of their hands.
Yeah, a lot of the time as well, when you're going for a force in these sort of situations, you've at least got like a few kills, and although it might sound silly, like that can make a difference financially to bring you up to a point where, okay, maybe you can get a bit of extra utility, maybe you can put something in that will guarantee you a plant. They are still going to be risking it though, and at this stage, I don't really blame them. They have the players that can bring this through. They've come in with a fair few Spectres as well. It's only really Nats that's a little bit further behind, and he's no slouch with the pistol. Straight away, Defo's going to be taking that early battle, but so far, it hasn't been his day. Like, there's been a lot more whiffs than we've seen shots connected from this man, and that is uncharacteristic as hell.
Gambit's sneaky little play up middle. They're taking a page out of Magnum's book. He did this a lot in the early half. We'll see if they get anything for it, because it looks like Fnatic are all too ready for it. But there we go. Magnum live by the sword, die by the sword. Gets beaten at his own game. Almost poetic, Tom.
Oh, see you later, Boaster as well. This is starting to look good for Gambit. Mystic trying to come back in on the flank. He's going to have heard the ice wall. Doma peeks in, but it's only going to be for 1. Spike has actually wandered in towards the A site as well. And now 2 players facing off against 3, but the weaponry's not even that much of an advantage now for Fnatic. Gambit have fought back in this round. They're going to be forced away from the spike at least, so the chances are Fnatic can work out this is clear, and already Durka is going to pick off another. He actually goes forcing himself into, I believe, his own teammate Snakebite, and Mystic, he's just going to be sticking this one to half. He's brought it to a possible scenario, but he needs to find both kills, and this time Defo is there to shut him out. An important force by victory for Gambit that will keep them in this map.
They needed this one, as we said. You know, if they were going all in on it, it had to pay out, and that it does. 10-4. Gambit going to try to creep back on up, and I do love that early engagement onto Magnum as we come into this round. We're not going to see quite the same investment from Fnatic that we saw from Gambit, right? They're not going to commit nearly as much. And especially with the weaponry they're up against, you can see why. There's 3 heavy rifles with Spectres, whereas in the previous round, pistols versus Spectres is a much easier fight to win.
One down.
Oh dear. Dirk already gone. And it seems like Defo's starting to get into the mood. They'd maybe be just eco frags, but I think getting this man online is going to be so incredibly important. They haven't been able to clear Doma just yet. He does actually have his wall. He's going to try and go over the top of the screen. He's been caught in no man's land. I appreciate the attempt, but this time it's not going to work out.
One enemy remaining.
And you can see that this time they are ready, Mitch. They're prepared. You're not going to get in on the flank this time, Magnum. You've done it too much in this game.
Good Viper lineup like that, it's like fine wine, you know? You see that beautiful snake bite come down. Doesn't serve any purpose this time around, unfortunately. They did have a poison orb there as well. But no, clean enough from Gambit. They can afford to lose 1 player, maybe 2 in this round, especially because they've got the Spectres. The margin for error in the overall story of this half is not going to be quite as clean. And they have to be strong on the attack. With such a weak first half under their belt and the pistol going to Fnatic, they're only at half the rounds. Whoa! That was a fight. That was nice. We're looking at execution, I suppose. Fnatic lose out on mid control, and it's going to be Mystic that moseys on over to try and reclaim some of that land, but he'll meander his way in towards the kitchen. He doesn't want to take that fight onto the Jet. Instead he'll support Durka. Oh, the cage. If he was in it, it could be huge, but instead caught outside of it. He'll wait a moment before coming in to provide that support. His teammate distracting them. Here's Mystic swing. No, he's actually waiting for Magnum. They're going to triple swing. Oh, shade us. He doesn't know what just hit him.
The fact is, though, they have spotted the majority of the players on the other side of the map, so the A site has been sounded as clear. All the Vipe utility, though, there to make things painful as they go through. Chronicle's caught in a Nano Swarm. Goes down to just 16 HP. The setups from Fnatic are just so filthy to try and head through. It will be an afterplant, and sure, some of that HP has been regained. Not quite in the dirt just yet, although every time he clips the wall, it becomes a little bit more problematic. This duel is not something I ever want to see again, as Durka rounds the corner, takes out his doppelganger, and they've already got the res in play as well, Mitch.
He's already 3 kills under his belt. Oh, Durka, there's a 4th. Could this be the ace? The dash in play. He wants to do it. You can feel it. Oh, but Mystic steals it away. But you'll forgive him considering what's on the line here. 11 rounds on the board. Plus, I have to be honest, I'm never going to be angry at Mystic. I can't.
Well, I was about to say, who could blame a Viper for being toxic, right?
That is very true, Tom. It's very true. That's one of the jokes, one of the only jokes you've ever made in my presence that I haven't wanted to die after hearing.
The day is young. It's a shame as well, because again, the round's starting off fairly well. Like, we're starting to see a little bit more of the flair from Defo that we've been looking for throughout this map. Like, he had an atrocious first half, but if he can get rolling, there's still a chance for their side. And once again, there will be a purchase. Now, sure, he doesn't have a weapon as such, but the Blade Storm will quell that problem quite quickly. You can also see how aggressive that Fnatic like to play towards this B site. They almost use Durka as an alternate to utility. Sure, they still have the screen down to at least shroud their vision, but look on the other side of things, and it is just that strong default again from Gambit. Waiting patiently, watching for any aggression. Nats was posted in case anybody did try and push further down. And with the drone being seen, there's almost a few rotations being attempted to get back into that A site. But again, if you're Fnatic, you should know that Gambit are more than happy to wait until the late round.
And to really hammer it home at this late stage, this is Gambit's map pick. We know that they're a comfortable team here on Icebox and that they wanted to face off against Fnatic, but I do wonder as time goes on, do they start to question their decision? Well, if they lose this round, they probably will. So important to pull this off and get it up to 6 as Fnatic They're holding down towards the A site with 3 players. They have their Killjoy utility in play. There's going to be a recon going out and getting destroyed. That gives away the fact that they're definitely moving towards this side of the map. Updraft from Defo doesn't really catch much, and Mystic shuts him down. There's 12 seconds left. Redgar making a big play, but that plant has to be obtained, and Mystic's going to go straight through the wall to his death. A 2v2. How quickly those tables can turn, and Gambit can end up in the advantageous position. The res, oh, it's not gonna, oh, it will get much. Never mind, because they just use it to bait out the duels and take those scalps. Gambit on 6. Quite an impressive round from them, really, the way they pulled that back.
I think, again, you have to give credit where credit is due. Shados and Nats just being able to bring things back, but it's the flank. It seems like both teams are having issues with it. This time it's actually Redgar, which fairly interesting considering the agent that he's currently playing on. You would normally expect that he'd be ready for those afterplants. He'd had all the utility to try and deny them, but instead he's the one actually looking to come around the back and, well, make that into a winnable round. Now 11-6. Gambit on the grind. The purchase up is definitely not ideal from Fnatic, but they're so close that if they can make this one work, then I don't think they're going to mind. Clearing all of the close positions with the drone, making sure there's no cheeky spots this time. And in fact, it looks like Fnatic are almost playing this one as a straight up retake, but they do have all that Viper utility from Mystic to at least damage a few of these players if they try and go for the plant.
They know there's one towards Snowman, or at least they suspect it. The Viper's Pit going to be used. It's available on both teams at the start of this round, but now having been popped makes it so much more difficult for these defenders to get back in. The flanker of Nats has been dealt with. Doma, oh, he doesn't know what's coming his way. There's so many players running straight towards him. He backs off. Magnum, oh no. Oh, this guy on the conventional flanks, you know, pushing up middle. He's been solid on the attack side, but now the timing is on display as well. On his way up behind them over on A, Doma going to delay, and this could be dangerous. Oh, he misses the first. Magnum is caught after just one, but they have no idea where Doma is. It grants him a triple kill and a free round for Fnatic. Beautifully played on the A side. And now 6 rounds in a row needed from Gambit. They have to double up their scoreline without a single fault, or the map pick, their map pick, will go into the hands of their enemy.
This round alone is almost certainly that you could talk about utility, you could talk about sort of like individual brilliance, but this is all just about the positioning of the players from Fnatic. They get so much information with the pushes that come in from behind that even Gambit in the latter stages still didn't know exactly where Doma was because they were too busy dealing with Magnum. Even if he doesn't get much done, it allows his position to lay hidden for just that little bit longer. Now we're going to see the Viper's Pit put down on A. I know that's one of your personal favorites, Mitch, because you basically have you're stuck even if you go for more elevated angles, and instead they're just going to avoid it completely and actually go playing through the kitchen. Now they've given this position away, no doubt. There's a lot of information currently there, and Magnum, he's actually going to go playing through, and this time Nats is ready. He was prepared for any level of push coming back from the man who's been doing it all the way through, and now this round is looking a lot better, but they still have Durka to deal with.
Yeah, you'd love to see teams adapt like that. Durka takes down Defo. The spray from Mystic closes the game. How have they gotten away with that? 13-6. Fnatic win out Gambit's map. I was certain that round was already out of their hands, and look at how happy these guys are. A map they sure expected to win, but certainly not in that round. They've dominated Gambit on their pick, and now Bind's going to come up next. A map where, historically, you could say Fnatic have been pretty good.
I can guarantee that Magnum's reaction is everybody in that moment. There is no way that they expected to get 3 kills just spamming straight through a smoke. An incredible display. And I think a lot of people have almost said that that was the map that was needed for Gambit. That was the one they had to win. Bind has been that almost ultimate battleground for Fnatic. They have proven to be the best team in Europe, I think, without a doubt. Now they're about to try and prove themselves as the best team on the map in EMEA. And the team they're coming up against playing it hasn't really played it much as of recent. So it's going to be a tough one for Gambit. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Fnatic have got the leg up in this series, and well, they do. They've got one map left to close this one out. 2 attempts for Gambit to pull themselves back into it. They've got to be successful on both, but we're not going to be going into them just yet. It's time for a break, but stick with us. We'll be back real soon with the Analyst Desk.
Welcome back to the semi-finals of the EMEA Challengers playoffs, where Fnatic have just taken down Gambit on Icebox. I'm your host Yinsu, and I'm joined once again on the desk by Lothar and Ryan. Guys, welcome back. Now, FPX couldn't take down Gambit here, but Fnatic could. Ryan, what a performance!
Yeah, they did it more convincingly than FPX did as well, which was the surprise. Neil mentioned it best. Gambit are a team that really work on momentum. But Fnatic, after taking the first 8 rounds, well, really, any momentum that Gambit can come up with isn't going to really be enough. It was a absolute masterclass on the attack from Fnatic. They know that Gambit wants to try and face them, have these deathmatch battles over on the A site, but their movement, their over rotations, it really pushed and pulled Gambit all around the map, and they just didn't have a leg to stand on, and their defenses fell apart because of it.
Yeah, and you cannot not mention Poster, right? We have been talking about in the past that he is stepping up, and he stepped up massively for Fnatic here. Like, that one round that he clutched on attack set up the pace for the entire half, right? He basically rescued Fnatic from losing a lot more rounds on the attack. And look at the stats as well. Derke, I'm not sure how many first bloods did he get, but I think it was like over 5 or 6. It was nuts.
I mean, the plan they play behind Derke is beautiful. I know, Ryan, you know, we spoke about this briefly in the pre-show, but when Derke shows up, they don't tend to lose many rounds, but also the rest of the team, they commit to this game plan always.
Yeah, and they had really good map control, which we'll highlight in a second. The comparison to that, I suppose, was Defo, who was 9-16. We rarely saw the operator in his hands because Fnatic just bolstered the economy on their attack. Really, Defo was taken out of the game to an extent. We did see some really good stuff from Nats, as expected, but realistically, it wasn't enough for Gambit to even make this series competitive, really, on their map pick. It just wasn't the best look, and Fnatic came in all prepared.
And, you know, on Twitter, I mentioned some time ago about how to play Viper on the Icebox, because if someone watches my streams, you guys see the lineups and the setups I do, and I said that setting up Toxin Cloud on the default plans before this match is the way to play Viper post-buff. And we see for the first time in VCT the exact setup being used. Look at the B setup here. Right now, the Toxin Cloud on the default spot just doesn't allow Gambit even to plant, forces them to retake off this site. Because basically Mystic just sets up the Toxin Cloud, uses a Snakebite, then the wall from Sage is being destroyed, and you just cannot get the plant. This is basically how you want to oppress your attackers and force them out. And this is why now Gambit rotates them now onto A, where Doma gets all the informations, slows them down, gets the later on the round, he gets the flank, gets triple kill, and basically that's it. And it's a combination of what kudos here to Boaster, by the way, because I'm sure he did set it up. The combination between Killjoy and Viper on all of the default spots, you have Toxin Cloud and a Nano Swarm combined together. And when you have those two being popped at the same time, they kill the planter instantly.
I mean, this is why we always talk about the Fnatic Viper, right? Because pre-Viper buff, they played Viper when no one else was that much, and they did it beautifully. And now post-Viper buff, they're not just sort of throwing it in their composition because she's strong. They're putting her there for a reason. And like you highlighted, Lothar, they've got brilliant setups to back it up as well. And Ryan, I know you've got a round you like to break down here as well.
Has to do with Magnum. I think that even though we saw Derke show up, Burst had a great clutch round, I think Magnum really set the pace, certainly on the attack was one of the main things. I mean, we're obviously focusing on the A hit. We said about Gambit, they like to play on the site. They're waiting for fights here. But look at Magnum. Patient play, just waiting in mid. Has the turret in his range. That's why he's playing so centrally. That turret can watch anybody. Let's say if Defo tries to push up B main for information, Magnum knows that. And you could just sort of tell based off what Gambit are doing here that they're really not predicting this kind of movement for Magnum to be here. He's got all of this utility to control this spot, and he's not overextending. He heard the movement from Defo there, waits for the moment because he doesn't know if he has the operator or not, needs to be pretty careful, and then could choose these fights. Now at this point, this Gambit wanted to face off on the A site, need to be careful of A main and mid overall, and I think that's what made Fnatic so good on the attack. They weren't just running into Gambit playing over on the A site, they were also really calculating and using mid to their best interest, and I feel like Gambit kind of let it go a little bit. It's one of the reasons why I think Gambit almost got overwhelmed on these executes.
Yeah, I mean, Magnum for me was the MVP of that map. I mean, I know Durka was setting up a lot of first bloods, a lot of great entries, but it just felt like they were buying time for Magnum to get in a good position, and then they just push at the same time. They crunch Gambit, and then they win the map. But of course, Icebox was Gambit's map pick. We weren't quite sure how Fnatic were going to deal with them there, but now onto Bind, it's very much the other way round, because Lothar, Bind and Fnatic at this point is pretty much synonymous. They're iconic on this map.
Yeah, I'm afraid for Gambit. Like, I don't want to face Fnatic on Bind. They were a force to be reckoned with before the Viper buff. Nowadays, this is... I'm gonna assume there's gonna be a slaughter, because Oster on Brim, he plays really, like, well synergized and in a really well synergized way with the rest of the team. When you can even see the Steam beacons paying a huge payoff. So... I'm afraid for Gambit. Like, you need to play against the new Sentinel Viper. You cannot have enough time to just execute those late pushes, which Gambit tried to execute in the past. So they need to have that plan a little bit more figured out. Something that we have asked about, how FPX tried to approach Liquid on the Haven. We have seen Oxygen not approach it correctly against Liquid on the Haven, and now Gambit will be forced to do the same, but this time against Fnatic. But they do play Sky on Bind, and this might be the crucial factor.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen Gambit play Bind at all so far in the EMEA finals. I'm really curious how they're going to play this actually, because typically we see Nats on the Cypher, sort of expected as we've seen. We actually see him move over to the Viper on this map. The last game they played against Crow Crowd, which we've highlighted before, again against Durka, I think it was in that game too. So there's a lot of kind of moments like that for Gambit where their record on Bind isn't bad. But we're talking about Fnatic's Bind here. You can obviously say the same about Team Liquid's Haven now. They made the book on the composition on how to play this map. And really, we're seeing Gambit kind of play the same composition, but they're following a beat that Fnatic is leading with. That's my concern. Gambit could look decent on this map, but by no means least, this is Fnatic's playground, and it's their map that could maybe send them to Iceland.
True, but I mean, on the other side of this, they're not unbeatable, because against Guild, we definitely saw some issues there. They took this to overtime. But Lothar, I know you said you were afraid for Gambit a little bit, but I also got to remind you that Fnatic are going to start on attack here, and they're very, very scary on attack on Bind.
Oh yeah, 66% attacking round performance on Bind. Like that's crazy. Crazy, because Bind is such a defense-based map, right? And then when you take a look at stats from Gambit, when it comes to Bind, their retake is not really great so far. I mean, we only have stats from 2 maps in the past 20 matches, but when it comes to the defense, the retakes are semi-successful, like 44%, 50%, which is not terrible, but this was not against Fnatic on Bind. So I'm really anxious. This might actually be a 2-0 for Fnatic.
I mean, we shall see. We shall see. Teams have come back from worse in the past. We are going to head into Agent Select now on Bind between Fnatic and Gambit. Of course, map 2 of this best of 3. And yeah, a must win for Gambit. They have to win here if they want to keep their dreams of Iceland alive. And as you predicted there, Lothar, they've pretty much locked in that team con they've played before.
I mean, no surprises here so far. Really happy to see that that Sky. She's going to be instrumental. Fnatic has exactly the same things that we have seen so far in Bind. There's no way they're gonna change anything. This is a heavy, let's say, initiating based composition that wants to take the space on site and then fall back if possible, of course, because I wouldn't be surprised if Mystic is gonna play on site, try to set up one-ways, or use the snake bites to just slow down the retakes. And this is gonna be crucial. There's many ways of executing the sites, and that's fantastic because we never know what to expect.
Yeah, real quick as well. We have a different MVP look, I suppose. Durka moving over to the Sova. It's Doma's time to shine, and it's also the same for Shados, who's going to be moving over to the Raze for Gambit as well. So less of a Defo versus Durka matchup, but a great chance for these two players to have their moment and really help their teams qualify.
Well, Fnatic will qualify here if they win on Bind, but it is not all over yet for Gambit. Mitch and Tom, the pressure is on.
It most certainly is, Yinsu. I have to say, really blown away by that first map, and now coming on to Bind, it's hard to really look at it with too much favor for Gambit, isn't it, Tom? At least, though, they're coming up against, they've got a composition they've played before. They've got some practice.
Well, I guess they're a good team within their region on this map, and I think to count Gambit out at any moment is going to be a silly thing to do. Fnatic, though, have proven themselves time and time again. I feel like they're almost the ones that reinvented this map and like changed the way a lot of teams have started to play it. Even before we saw the buffs coming into Viper, it almost was like people were trying to make them play it even better. Like they were ready for this. So I would say that Gambit are also going to be very tough when it comes to breaking them down on that attack side, similarly to what we've seen. And I do like the fact that this is the one map where we sort of see Shadow switch over to a duelist, and that man in terms of individual skill is off the charts. So I'm excited to see him play.
Yeah, you talk about Shadow switching over to a duelist. We've also obviously got, as the desk mentioned, as we talked about, Durka before, has been playing the Sova, is again, and the value that he was able to bring here, you know, you often talk about a player switching agents from someone like a Jet. I mean, like, oh, they won't deliver it, you know, quite the same way individually. And Yampy, best example of that. Man goes to a Killjoy, plays it like it's a Jet. I think Durka can do very much the same. He's got that skill set for sure, especially on a map like Bind. Starting out on the attacking side, Fnatic have already taken a little bit of damage, dealt a little bit of damage, excuse me, onto Redgar, and gotten themselves an ult orb in play. Very good early round, with the Viper wall going up on A, and the presence already established in Bathroom. This is keeping 3 players in position, but Fnatic aren't looking to push just yet. Even with the drone that they're going up on long with, it's all about taking those ult orbs.
Yeah, they're going to be building that. But I think the orbital strike in particular is something that I really enjoy coming out from Boaster on this map, especially towards Lamps. I don't think they've cleared Redgar here, though. This is a big issue. He's managed to hide within the smoke. He bypassed the Tiger, and they will pay. 2 kills coming up here. They are eventually going to get themselves onto the site, and we know how effective those afterplants can be. Durka needs to do well to make sure he holds any further aggression, and actually, Dome is going to go down to the shock darts. This is already a problem.
Durka, post right, not cleared. Shados, he whiffs! Durka gets away with a kill in a position where he should be dead, but with Mystic tagged up from every direction, it won't matter for too much more than damage. Gambit, 1-0 they go. They come out on top on a pistol, but only barely. That very nearly slipped out of their grasp.
Yeah, well, it was purely off the play from Redgar. The fact that he manages to avoid the Tiger, like you've got Magnum on the other side going, well, there's no one here, there's no one close, and just sneaking past it, it's so important. And that's the thing, both of these comps are heavily focused on finding information. Like, it's not too often that you do see the Sova-Sky combination, but that's what it gives you. There's so many opportunities to just clear early angles. So the fact that he manages to avoid all of it and still manage to get himself a couple of kills, I don't think you'll be seeing that very often. So an important start. Again, we go back to what Neil said earlier. If Gambit can get off to a strong start, get that money rolling, get every single piece of the puzzle, they are a terrifying squad, and Fnatic have got to be careful of that.
And they most definitely do. In this round right here, though, it's hard to really be careful. You've got pistols. You're going to look to group up and use the numbers to your advantage, because the weaponry certainly ain't. But up close is Nats with a Judge, and you're doing a whole bunch of damage. When they run on through that wall, you're able to take them down with just a one shot. With only Magnum left alive, I like the idea. Going towards Bathroom. Maybe he gets a free ult orb. He won't. But it's a good idea. He got one on long as well. So altogether, he's made the best of a bad situation, you know?
I can safely say that the player I would least like to play against ever is Nats. Like, just everything he seems to do is just forcing players, like, into such unfavorable duels that there's just very little you can do about it. Like, you're not gonna, like, for example, if you're talking about pure individual aim, I'm gonna give Shados like probably the mantle on his team. You could also give it over to Dirk or on the other side. But in terms of forcing you to take bad duels, Nats wins that every time. Like, they're having to go through the screen straight into a Judge. Like, how are you ever going to come out on top?
Smokes to come down, Wolf to go through, this time definitely clearing its corners as it goes. The smoke not there to block off vision. The nade, though, very good damage, delays their push, which surprises me. that Redgar runs out so readily to his death as it happens. Mystic busy spraying away at the wolf as the wall drops. Shados is able to catch him off guard. And with the heal up, the shock dart shouldn't be too threatening. Magnum dealt with after just a single kill, and this is looking... Oh, that nade is so good! And that's brought back up online because of the frags going his way. I mean, this is beautiful stuff from Gambit on a round where they have such a weak buy. The gap is being bridged, and Nat's soon to just completely blow up that bridge. He was to catch Turka on that flank with the judge, but instead he gets free mid control, and they know now that all they have to worry about is bathroom.
They're so low on HP, even the range advantage is not going to help them out too much. Defo already just swinging on the corner, and Durka at 4 HP. It didn't matter what gun came back around, he was screwed. So Gambit are actually going to convert their bonus round. So very well played from Shados, as you mentioned. Like, his utility usage so far on Raze has definitely been solid. And there's actually the quote that came out from Boaster is that if you're using their comp, he doesn't think it's possible if you don't have that Raze. We're already starting to witness some of the ability of these players. Now, this is the start, exactly what Gambit needed. That turnaround coming into the second map. Now, we do favor Fnatic here. It has to be said. Like, this is their bread and butter. This is the map that, well, almost put them on the map within Europe. They're going to come in with what is a relatively weak purchase, a bit of extra money spent to just try and make things costly and see if they can steal a round away. And they do still have a lot of utility, so if they can get an opening duel or two, it might not be too much of a problem to convert the round.
Oh, closed in the smoke dome. Well, he meets his demise pretty quickly. Flash to delay further, confirm there's more players here, but Magnum's able to take down a player, but not retrieve the weapon. Gambit maintain advantages, and with Fnatic having such a weak buy, pulling these kind of rounds back is tough. They should be able to get this spike planted, but they want to just force the duels first, and as their numbers thin out, it looks like they're going to be ending this one in a pretty disappointing way. You know, I'm not quite sure that I've heard Fnatic say it, but I've heard a lot of teams say about Bind that they don't like the map so much versus especially CIS teams because it promotes at times a more puggy playstyle and can really allow teams that have just a lot of firepower to take over the map. And with Gambit being here, despite the fact they don't play it a whole lot, it can certainly be a factor that could mess up Fnatic's plan.
Well, I guess it's weird because they don't play it much within this tournament. Within their region, they were playing it all the way up to the semi-finals, so they were definitely happy to play it. Maybe it was just this after-plant meta that they weren't really too accustomed to. Like, with this comp in particular, they've only actually played a couple of maps, so it could just be comfort and other teams almost allowing them to get that map out of the pool based on the veto that's come up so far. So I don't want to sell almost the tale that Gambit are not good at Bind. That's definitely not the case. It's just not their preferred map of the ones remaining. And going into the final, if they make it to the third, then it starts to be a little bit more comfortable once again. For now, though, we are going to see them slowly making their way. Just look at Nats's position. I feel like he's going to end up just stuck behind the wall, and he's going to end up catching somebody out.
There comes the drone. It's going to go right on past. Nats destroyed. Oh, no! That's not what you want. Dome is just double open. He's healing back up after the Viper util fades away. Chronicle wants to pull something back. He gets into the corner with his teammate. Himself and Shados looking for duels with these players. Well, they've disappeared. It might be against Houdini. Defo, though, oh, he pulls a magic trick off of his own. He pulls a spike out of a hat. It's right beside him, but he's all by himself. A 1v3 to win out, and it's not there. Dome is a 4K in this round to put keep them on 4. Yeah, one thing I'll mention as well is that for Gambit, it's not that they don't play Bind in that they've been banning it. As a matter of fact, most of the games that they've played in VCT, it's been the decider match. It just hasn't been played. They haven't needed a decider match. So it's an interesting point that, you know, it's not a map that if you look at, oh, when did they last play it? It's like, oh, it was quite a while ago. But that doesn't mean they're not comfortable here.
Well, that round in particular, I feel like Doma has come along and put the team in his Dora Explorer backpack and just carried them through a double entry into the site through all of Viper's utility. But is this going to be the start of something now? Because there's still plenty of cash available for Gambit. They have purchased into this round, no problem. And they're still looking to try and get proactive in towards the bathrooms. It's been a point of contention thus far, and they've come out on top the majority of the time. The Showstopper not going to do too much, but it's in combination with Durka's Hunter's Fury. They also have the Seekers to try and clear the angle, and Shados, again, attempts a cheeky play through the smoke. But now with the information to hand, and in fact Nats, with his head removed from his shoulders, it leaves just 2 players remaining. But they're only against 3.
Not a bad spray return from Chronicle. Doesn't take a lick of damage bar the Viper wall, and takes a kill to put them back in a reasonably doable spot. The drone going out, clears out lamps. Doesn't look like they can see him peeking in from Bath either, but the time is ticking away, and that's ultimately the problem. They need to make a move. The recon goes out. They'll spot nothing from it. Take some damage. They lined up there, but it doesn't seem to matter. Shados on his own. He won't be like that for much longer. His team about to respawn as the round goes to Fnatic. 4-2, building it up on the attacking side. Gambit need to be careful they don't stall out, because we mentioned, you know, it's important that they definitely get off to a good start, but if they stop at 4, well, that's a bit of a problem.
Interestingly as well, like, we haven't seen Mystic using a lot of his utility just for those after plants. I think they've really needed it to try and deny the quick reclaiming of space from Gambit, because they really have been battling so much for control. We've seen them, again, get aggressive into the bathrooms, looking to try and fight for those positions, but also battling through the smoke that Fnatic are putting down to almost try and stop them getting into those after plants initially, something that I feel is necessary, because we know how strong players like Mystic, players like Boaster, in fact, can be once they get settled in those spots. Now, for this round, it is looking slightly more passive. The reason for this is you do currently have Shados on that operator. Not normally the man that you'd highlight for picking up the weapon, but with his current agent selection, it definitely makes a little bit more sense. Durka going to use the drone to try and find information, but actually a deeper smoke thrown down. Maybe to try and make things a little bit more awkward, but instead it actually looks like Fnatic are just happy to try and battle here, going straight into the 3-man stack.
Oh, on the backside, one is spotted, but Redgar, he swings out wide and dies as well. What's going on? Doma even ran out of ammo, pulled out the classic and got that duel. Fnatic forcing Gambit into, what is the save? Immediately. The operator in play for Shados not even going to find a chance to take a shot in this round. Fnatic overrun B. I mean, that was, when you think of, let's say, European versus CIS, Valorant, Counter-Strike, doesn't matter what, like tactical FPS, that looked more like what you would imagine a CIS team would do. Just straight barreling at them like, you want to fight? All right, let's go. Let's take those duels.
I almost think that's one of those rounds as well where Boaster is just like letting Doma off the leash. Like we've seen him have his sort of more casual relaxed map on the last, where he's stuck on the Sage, not really able to sort of free roam and get aggressive. And then on this one, it's just like, right, Doma, you do you. You take those fights, you get in the face of the opponent, and they dismantled Gambit. Like you spoke just a few rounds ago about the fact that a lot of people credit CIS teams because of some of the brawlier nature of this map, because of the ability to win off of individual skill. Well, that was 3 of the 5 players waiting, and they didn't get a single kill.
Remember, Gambit are the team that won the Masters final. They're the Masters champions of CIS. Now, they're starting to struggle versus Fnatic, and well, if they lose this map, they won't even be making it to this Masters, let alone winning it. Of course, very different scenario considering, of course, you're talking about the best in the world as opposed to best regionally. But this team is well respected within the European region, so is Fnatic. The attack side grouped up outside of Hookah, definitely feeling a bit of confidence towards that B side in the early stages. The wall again consistently put down on the A side. This just masks anything that you want to do. You know, if you're going B, they don't get that indication of where your wall goes.
Looks like they're actually going to go pushing towards the Viper's pit. Now, the problem is they have been tagged by the drone. The Molotov also going to be used. They're trying to just catch Nats through that smoke. If he goes down, so does the pit, and so does the majority of the defense. And you can still see on the other side of the map, they do have a couple of players waiting. Now, Redgar, it's been a little bit hit and miss. In the early rounds, he was able to sneak through. Now he's playing up close. If they get this opener, it leaves a lot of pressure onto Defo, who's actually playing without a rifle. But hearing that Judge rattle off a shot on the other side, I wonder if that might put a little bit of fear into the hearts of the opponents. Never mind. They just peek into it.
Oh, he's being tagged up a little bit, makes a move around the side, picks up a weapon, takes down Mystic. Dome is on his way, but Redgar deals with him as well. Oh, what is going on? Redgar walks out for 4 and only robbed of the ace by the teleport. He's not going to even follow, not going to pursue. Instead, he'll keep the spike in the round win. This is devastating now for Fnatic. They had a good chance in that round. The shock dart to tickle him up, 11 HP. Not a chance of carrying that weapon through to the next. What a play by Redgar. It starts with just a Judge, and he walks out with 4 kills.
I almost think that we have to stop saying just a Judge. Like, I'm starting to fear the Judge more than I'm actually fearing an operator. Because it's like, if you hear a bullet shoot off, it's like, if you walk around that corner, you have to insta-kill him. Otherwise, you can just spam bullets that will kill you in one shot. Like, it is a truly ridiculous gun close range, and well, Fnatic have just felt the bite of it. 5 rounds already on the defensive side. Now, we sing the praises of Fnatic's attack. Now, sure, the manner in which they won the last few rounds were starting to make us a little bit worried for Gambit, but they are still in a pretty good position here. And being that this is the map that I think we almost gifted over to Fnatic, the one where I think most people now expect them to close it out, this isn't looking bad for the CIS squad.
No, not at all. Again, it comes down to the competence we set up at the start of the game. The Gambit, they know what they're doing on this map, and albeit their map pick previously didn't go exactly as planned, they're not a team that are going to count themselves out of it. They're able to bounce back. That's for damn sure. You know, one of the scariest things as a Viper player is always going to be that drone, and you saw it in the previous round. Oh, he's even tagged him this time through the wall and the orb, and they're going to just push on through, get some nice control, try for the sprays, not get much done there. And in fact, with shock darts and snake bites, I'm surprised none of these come into play in towards Hookah. But even despite that, well, not even despite that, they just lose all the fights. That's oh, that was awkward.
30 seconds left.
Very disappointing round for Gambit there. You know, that they get everything going their way in the early round. They know that, okay, we've given up hookah control. They have some util they can throw back in. They decide not to. And then those duels taken perfectly work out. 20 seconds left. Okay, Seeker goes out. Shados in the open. He's got another. Backs off. 13 seconds. If he didn't get hit by that, the nade was going through. Instead, uses it to cover as he goes over towards the spawn. And Shados 3Ks this. How did he get away with that?
You could tell as well, Mitch. You thought that was over.
100% a 1v3.
You did not believe.
It's a 1v3. They know he's trapped in elbow. Of course I didn't believe.
They even committed Seekers as well. Like, nobody defending the player planting the spike. And then, well, this is just style points from Shados. A quick kill to pick off one and, well, just reading the remaining player, Magnum, trying to flank him, of course. He wouldn't be doing anything else, but what a play from Shados. Brings them around that never should have been. They even took some massive risks. Like, Redgar TPs behind them in the early stages of that round and still sticks the landing, tries to get someone from behind. Now, this is another very aggressive push coming out from the defensive side. They have just taken this round into their own hands, fighting tooth and nail versus Fnatic. And we talk about displacing them, not allowing the afterplants. They're not allowing them out of the spawn.
Very true. You know what? Finally, we're getting to see Gambit.
Add that to the list, Lothar. Add that to the list. Don't let them out of the spawn.
Duh. They don't give them a single bit of breathing room. Oh, no. Maybe they do. Come on, man. Let me understand what's happening. 1v3s are apparently the easiest to win, or it's looking that way. That's a nice little angle we ain't seen before. Peace and serenity. That's what we needed after the last 2 rounds. But it is like, this is the Gambit that we've been waiting to see, that we've expected for so long, and now they're delivering. On Icebox, they were a little bit sleepy. They hadn't had their breakfast, their cereal yet, but now they've eaten up plenty of extra milk. It's looking good.
That was almost a disrespect play as well. Like, after the last couple of rounds coming so close, a big clutch, to just go running straight through the TP and just brawl out the bathrooms as well. Gambit are in the mood. They're looking for an upset on Bind. They're looking to take us to a third and final map. And Doma, once again, is going to try and make a play. So much utility to clear, and Nat is already going to take his head clean off. He's looking for more. The spike is on the deck, and Gambit are just thriving throughout this chaos. Durka, the last man standing versus 5 players. And what all he can hope to do is just try and duck out of here.
We said it on the previous map, and we'll say it here. Oh, the tables turn, man. It's Gambit. They get off to a good start. Fnatic start to claw it back, 4-3, and then all of a sudden, something just awakens inside of them. They're like, wait, we don't get to go to Iceland if we lose this? Oh, damn. I thought this was like seeding or something. We better just start playing the game. They're looking so good with it. They've found their confidence. Their mojo is back. And with just Durka left alive, this round is certainly theirs. Yeah, I don't believe in this one, Tom, to make that clear, but hey, maybe there'll be another surprise.
just for the record, Mitchman does not believe, so the chances of this clutch happening has gone up by at least 8%.
It's going to be like a 5-man Hunter's Fury.
I'd be impressed. The thing is, they are going to come looking for him. Like, at this stage, Gambit have got the finances that removing this weapon would be worth it. Stop the extra utility that's there for them as well, and I don't think they're going to find him. He's almost hiding in plain sight. One of the more obvious choices, but they've cleared out the whole spawn. They've gone looking together. It's only Chronicle that I think could drop him at this stage. I thought in the last second he was going to get him, and that would have been heartbreaking. You spend all that time patiently waiting. But yeah, this has been a phenomenal defensive side from Gambit. They are not allowing any of the plays. They're not allowing after plants, anything. They're just denying them before they even get into the site. And even the riskier plays that were working early on from Doma, they seem prepared for them now. It's like they've adapted from those few rounds that have come through.
And a couple of these things, you know, you can see that there's some shakier play from Fnatic. Like Doma going out there with the ult, he just doesn't quite connect it. There's a couple of little mistakes happening, and those happen regardless of the stage you're at, the game that's in it. I won't read too much into it, but it's Gambit punishing every single thing that they can. That 1v3 was the best example. They even attempt to face together, face one at a time, and Shadows just tears them to shreds. I'm loving this new face of Gambit, this old face of Gambit, really, but in the context of in the context of this series, I'm loving the new face that they're showing, because this was definitely absent on the previous map and even throughout a couple of rounds here. He's gonna get it.
If he gets any kills here, I think I'm gonna be frustrated. He's gonna put down another smoke. Oh, he's got away! Oh, that is such a risk from Redgar. I wasn't expecting it to work, but even still, that's gone desperately wrong. Chronicle, he still has his Hunter's Fury. And look at the flank. They've already gone pushing all the way up, just taking so much control. Nat's already picking off another one, trying to bring back the round. And now the spike's been dropped on the deck into a 2v2. This has stopped being Fnatic on the attack. Gambit are now playing this as the attacking-sided team.
Hunter's Fury pop to clear it out. They can go and retrieve that spike at least for a moment. The flash doesn't spot anybody. Gambit, they're split up. They're spread out. This is an opportunity. The wolf clears out a lot. It's going to at least be caught. The TP, as they now know that he's close, they're going to face the fight. Defo, well, he was happy to take the duel, but it doesn't look like there's going to be too much of a problem in getting this spike planted. They've made it over. Durka wants to initiate combat, and it goes his way. Now rotating all the way to A. But Defo, oh no, he hasn't gone behind. He hasn't taken the TP. Instead, he's going to be tucked in the corner, Tom. It's just such a nasty angle from Defo. They don't expect it. He waits for them and shuts Fnatic down. 9 on the board for Gambit at his desolation. This Fnatic barely get off the starting point. What a round by Defo as well. The prediction game, this man is in their head.
This was unbelievable. Like, this is the biggest of brain plays. Like, I think you even have to go past 200 IQ to just realize what he did. Reading into the fact that the spike hadn't gone down, maybe heard the footsteps at a distance, but they did walk the majority of the way. And I'll be honest, even in that moment, I thought he was going to push forward and end up walking into them. Instead, perfect read, and every single member of Gambit, like, you compare them to the last map and this one, it's night and day. Like, this isn't the same team anymore. They are disrespecting Fnatic on their own map choice. And they even said it. They said a lot of teams play against FPX and show them too much respect. Well, clearly they have the same mantra when it comes to Fnatic.
That's like the cherry on top, or the nose in the face on the wall made out of knife scratches, which is what we just saw Defo make there. It's a beautiful little painting and lesson in art. Getting 9 rounds on the board for Gambit. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Now, Fnatic are trying to bring that confidence back in themselves, get it flowing. All right. Is the mojo there for them? They're all blinded, but still get away with a kill. And now the man advantage is firmly secured, and even further. Okay. Oh, took a little longer than I thought on that fight. Chronicle 1v4. It's a pistol round. If they lose this, let's move on to next map. This should be Fnatic's.
let's run it back. Let's play it to a third. Well, Chronicle, he's got barely any utility as well. Doesn't have an upgraded pistol. Like, it really would take a miracle for him to pull this one off with the classic. But you know what? We've already witnessed some rounds that don't really make much sense to me. So we'll see if he can make anything work here. First kill down. Mystic is gone, so any utility they would have had is dissipated. Oh, no. A second kill as they're going to bring this one up to half. He's got both players! Oh, the worst thing is, if he has a ghost there, I think he wins that. That's ridiculous.
He could have gotten a right-click double kill. He could have. You know, like that. No. Stop it. That can't be happening. It was very nearly a 1v4 clutch. Can you imagine if Fnatic lost that round? I don't care about the score on the board. Like, oh, it's 10-3. They can come back. They can get 2 buy rounds, whatever. Doesn't matter. You imagine how that previous half went. They were just getting styled on, and then Chronicle pulls out a 1v4. Even where he got it to, they realized they got lucky. They were very close to losing that one. If his teammate had a ghost and he picked it up on the way back, they lost that. They need to start really building the confidence back, and they tried it in the start of the pistol, but I think a lot of that has been defeated coming out of it. Now flash through the smoke is going to grant them a nice aggressive play. They lose a lot of HP to the spray and to the poison orb, and then they lose a player in the form of Chronicle. All 4 towards the TP. They're going to jump on through and try to take the B site, but Fnatic are still here waiting.
Yeah, Doma made the decision to stay within the site, and he's got probably the best gun for the job right now as he pulls out the judge and just looks to clean them up. So blind as well. A perfect flash place, and he will build up just one away from the showstopper as well. So, you know, it's looking a little bit better for Fnatic. Now, I'll say I think that the first half definitely didn't go to plan. Some awesome setups. I think Nat's proving that defensive Viper is pretty filthy. But now we have to see if Gambit still construct their stuff on the attack. Bear in mind, if somehow Fnatic managed to turn this around, pull off an impressive defensive side, Gambit are out, and Fnatic are going to Iceland. So everything on the line in this map.
The stakes are definitely high. A deep flash into Bath is going to give a lot of info and free map control for them. And the question is, do they want to go up there and grab their orb? Because a couple of these guys are pretty close. Like Chronicle in particular, just 2 away from picking up his ultimate. It's going to creep on forward. This bathroom control, you'll see teams fight for. You'll see, especially in EU, Fnatic and FPX. I think FPX more so even will constantly duel in towards bathroom. You'll see Angel on the defensive side wanting to swing in and take fights. Fnatic to a slightly lesser extent. But in this map, it seems like the control over ult orbs has been sought for by Fnatic in the early stages of their attack, but it has kind of fallen by the wayside since Gambit started to pull out the most aggressive style we've seen from them to date. Oh, he gets away with that. Redgar's very lucky to be alive.
This is, of course, the bonus round for Fnatic, but they're going to at least want to make this one costly. They've got everyone here. The 4 rotations come through. Nothing to really deny the spam, but they in fact get away with it without really any trouble at all. They're going to look to fall back into those deadly after plant positions. Nat still with his snake bites, but Fnatic have done well. They've turned this into a 5-on-3. The first one lands to at least stop any defusal, but Dirka's just running riot. Another kill coming up for him. Magnum picks off another, and they could have all the afterplant they want, but they need to kill this man. He still has the Hunter's Fury. They know how important this is going to be. They are chasing Chronicle as they get onto the defusal, and I think he's realized at this stage there's nothing he can do to stop that defusal. There is no escape.
Yeah, I think especially when there's 2 players still towards the site with a decent amount of HP, they're just going to tank the first one, you know, let you get 1 kill, but they'll get it halfway, the other guy defuses, and it's GG'd. 1v4s, you know, Hunter's Fury to deny defuse ain't really a concern. You've got to get a couple of kills, and then they denied him that with the damage done. 9-6. Fnatic, not down and out of it yet. They're certainly still putting up a good old fight. But they've got the lead. It's secured, but it's about to get a little bit tougher to hold on to. Because at the moment, it's going to be a pretty weak buy. And I say that, and I see Shadows has got a judge. And I focus on the judge more so than the Vandal, because in the game that we've seen so far, it seems like the judge is getting a hell of a lot done.
Yeah, they finally nerfed the Bucky, and all it's really done is put more of a focus on the judge. I guess it's a little bit more expensive, Shadows. It takes a lot of damage, but maybe it's not quite as bad as we first thought. It's the extra 50 he's lost. The benefit so far of what we're seeing from Omen is those shadow steps, able to negate the majority of the utility, but it hasn't done them much good in terms of actually taking home some of these rounds. It's getting them plants, it's putting them into decent positions, but Fnatic are doing very well on their retakes.
A couple of super aggressive plays there. Redgar swinging in through the wall, excuse me. Snakebite down, it doesn't even hit. There's nothing they can do. But taking up weapons is a huge bonus for them, and they're getting a few out of this one. That's a lot of damage done considering the stage of the round that they were at. And even managing to retrieve some as well. Hey, I view that as a very, very positive round for Gambit.
Yeah, I'll say, if anything, I think the orbs that they actually managed to get are probably the more important, because I think there was a couple of players with like 7,000 or 8,000 credits. So for Fnatic, like even looking at their money now after the purchase, they're still in a pretty good spot. I don't think they're going to be like, oh no, we can't afford to buy 2 operators this round. Like it doesn't matter. As long as they keep streaking rounds together, that's they literally can. But that's what I'm saying. It's like it's not going to play the biggest part for them.
Yeah.
But earning up an extra couple of ultimate orbs, you could see that there's quite a few actually close to coming online. If they can get one of the orbs in the early rounds, we could see Defo on the Sky Ult as well. Like the Seekers is something that's so impactful with clearing a lot of the positions, especially with all of the Viper utility we've seen so far. Like that's one of the focus ults you want to be getting. And then you could still even get the Viper's Pit, or use that Hunter's Fury to try and clear out some of the early angles. On the other side, not a whole lot available. Hunter's Fury will be good, maybe to try and deny some of the players if it gets to an after plant, or stop the plant altogether, but other than that, it's not going to be the focus, I guess you could say, for Fnatic in this round. On the other side of things, the attack again, much more of a slow default. This is the Gambit way, the CIS way, if anything. Being patient, watching for any early aggression. We are going to see Guiding Light finding at least some information early on for Fnatic, and they will keep 3 players on this B site in the early stages.
Drone up. Not going to really see anything after that blind goes through. I'm going to dog out long, see what's there. But the push is on its way. Oh, Doma has managed to make his way back, throwing out the nade, trying to isolate fights, but gets dealt with very quickly. Luckily, Mystic is there to save the day with that double kill. Had some support as well. You know, the focal point of that round was exactly where Fnatic were. They were so ready for that play to come on in. All the players basically on the site by the time. Like, look at the rotates. Even by the time that the first player makes it onto the hookah ledge, there are 4 players on B side.
Yeah, I think as well, this is something that you can even say is comparable to the way that Liquid were playing earlier on Haven. Like, they have so much utility, especially on that B site in the round, that you're having to go through Viper utility, you're having to go through Boaster's Molotov placed just below the window, and then his Sky Smoke used to just try and slow you down. And by that point, you've already put a lot of your eggs into the basket of the B site, so you're committed to a push that never really looked like it was going to be successful. They're actually going to pick up the pace, but it seems like a similar setup. They've still got multiple players here. Doma, in fact, is very deep at the moment, but Nats has come out with a couple of kills and made this one look possible.
I think he was even blind when he took down Magnum. That was just a pre-fire that came through. And when Nat's getting that kill, he pops his ult online. That's going to be the site covered for anybody walking out of spawn. He even avoids the drone coming through and has a great angle. Oh, you can't even pre-fire this. He knows there's players in towards the spawn.
What?
How's Durka gotten away with that? Low HP here at
words.
least, but that's disgusting. The shock dart takes down Shados and Chronicle 1 versus 2. He's got them both, but no! Durka flicks over for the 4K, saving the day. That's a devastating round for Gambit. I mean, if it didn't go their way in the first place, you wouldn't be that disappointed. But with Nats making such a huge play, having a great position, dodging the drone, dodging the recon arrow, he did everything right. And then just gets shut down.
Yeah, and in terms of finances, you're right. They didn't have much in the round, but they did, I think it's 3 ultimates. So it's cost them a lot, especially with the position. I don't blame them in the spot that they managed to get. I also want to add, Durka is not normally. Like, the way this man plays, I don't understand. Like, it's funny because I was like, eat your words. But at the same time, he shouldn't have got that kill. Why is he able to just flick so fast to kill the player up close? A dominating first half for Gambit, Mitch. It's now level.
Here we go. Showstopper popped out. Shados, he's out for revenge. He doesn't like how the previous round went, but, well, he might not like how this one goes if he stays in that snake fight for too much longer. The wall's still up as Durka gets caught crossing. There's a good start for the Magnum running out, but again, stuck in the open with a flash in hand. We're down to a 2v3. Fnatic on the back foot. Even trying to destroy poison orbs with bullets. Just an instinct kicking in. That's from below, grabs another, and Boaster is left alone. He's completely boxed out of this one. They know where he is. He's down to 1 HP as his legs are going to be seen coming out. His chances are 0. 10-9. Gambit pick up the round.
Yeah, a complete pace change as well from Gambit. Just straight into the A site. They look to take deep control as well because, let's be honest, their holds have actually been pretty poor. Like, they haven't been able to keep the site. The retakes from Fnatic have been superb, so they just didn't allow them to. Like, Nats takes very deep control. In fact, I think that Magnum actually ran past one of the attackers as he was trying to get towards Lamps because he just didn't realize that they had actually pushed all the way through their own smoke. So Gambit almost just trying to displace any chance of the retake by not allowing any space at all. A good adaptation, something I think will be difficult to recreate. And you mentioned control towards the bathrooms. This is probably one of the most effective uses of this Viper's Pit, because by the time you get to the other side, you're 1 HP.
Yeah, it covers so much ground and it protects a very valuable resource in the form of that ultimate orb. Although in this round it wouldn't have an immediate effect, it's more like the domino effect, right? You give it up in this round and the next. Showstopper pop will stop them pushing up and maybe save Doma's life potentially if they rushed him down. It also buys them a lot of space. They know now Gambit steps heard running back, right? They don't know that it's going to be a full commitment to the A side, but if it is, anyone coming in through Bath is going to be in trouble. Now you see the drone on the map. It's coming through to try and spot Mystic. It will make it all the way in, but it looks like he's dodged it. It was Durka that it spots instead, hiding behind the site. And here's where Mystic has his side covered. Durka has to do a lot of work on the front lines or else they're going to be in a lot of trouble. And down Mystic goes. A player already made it out of Bath on the left side. Durka somehow surviving, and a shock dart through will not finish him off because Redgar's too quick to jump in and find it. Now the man advantage gets taken out of their hand for just a second. We're swapping back and forth and seeing death everywhere as Gambit eventually come out on top. I do like Redgar's positioning in this round. I feel like going in through lamps like that, there's so much distraction going on to mid and to Bath that he's able to open up a huge side angle and take down a lot of players.
Well, I think that's the difference that we're starting to see from Gambit. Is similarly to what we saw in the first half. When it's these crazy manic positions, it almost just seems like the CIS squad work telepathically. Like, I don't know how their communication can be as clean as it is because they're not allowing Fnatic to have a retake because they're not holding after plants. They're going, okay, we're going to get deep into the site. We're going to continuously fight you. And that's where this team seemed to be at their peak. Like, as said, in the defensive half, they were pushing through the teleporters and not allowing them to even get to the sites before they were fighting because that's where Fnatic are at their best. So I think the mid-round adaptations or the mid-map or half adaptations that are coming in from Gambit have been superb, just to almost say, you know what, Fnatic, we're not going to play the way you want us to.
When we talk about picking up those ult orbs, we'll take a look. Defo now has Seekers to play with, and 11-9. Those Seekers could be pivotal in a round like this. Thunder's Fury for Durka, and that's it. The ult economy. I mean, when you look at, Redgar's about to get his online, but I mean, yeah, it's Omen. His ultimate is glorified recon dart a lot of the time.
What do you mean, just TP spawn? That was a good strat for the first week of the game.
Yeah, exactly. Until people realized what was happening. You're just isolated. The Hunter's Fury is not going to find anything to start it off, and yeah, he'll get tagged up, but he doesn't really care about the Seekers. Point is, they see 3 players towards the B side, so they're going to rotate over and look for A. Doma has his nade to delay, has a boom bot as well, and that's going out, but he might be caught without his weapon in hand. At least it looked that way for a second. A lot of damage taken by Chronicle from the wall, but oh, the blast pack from Shados. He's in lamps, he's behind them, and as Magnum tries to make a sneaky play around the side, they're just tucked in. 3 versus 3, post-plant setup, and it's time to just run that clock down for Gambit, but they might not have that option. Redguard down on 40 HP in the open and out of the game. 2 players left alive for Gambit. They're going to play this one together, but they need to be quick now. The spike could be being defused. They don't know if it's a fake or not, and it doesn't matter because Durka takes the 3rd to close that out. Double digits on the board for Fnatic, still hot on Gambit's heels.
And this is the difference. Like, okay, Doma goes down without getting a single kill, but what he does do, he denies them the space that they've been looking for. Like, they had to play what I would call proper afterplants. And that's why Fnatic are so good. They're so methodical at holding every single angle. The second they get on that defuse, this is where Durka just seems to have a sixth sense for where everybody's going to peek him from, because that's all he has to do, just hold the normal angles and play in the way that he normally would. So I actually think that Doma just staying alive long enough that the rest of his team can rotate somewhat wins them the round, even though it almost looked like he did nothing.
Yeah, especially
it's a weird one.
When you look at how Gambit had played it. Oh, here's the TP. Anna's... What? He committed to it and got away with that? I was about to say, as I said, glorified recon dart. The dude commits to it, even seeing a player coming for him. What was that? Okay, well, that's thrown me off. That's for damn sure. Gambit, 4v4. They're getting pushed on. Oh, they're definitely getting pushed on. Boaster's not messing around. Flash of smokes coming out, buying them a little bit more space to play off of, and here it goes. The full aggression after the Hawk, and they only get the 1 kill. Still man advantage in favor for Fnatic. Mystic extends it further, and Chronicle is alone. The spike not ticking away nearly fast enough, and, well, the bullet to the head is going to close this round out for sure. 11-11. All things considered, very, very clean retake from Fnatic, but I'm still caught up on what the hell Redguard was doing. I don't recall seeing something like that before.
Do you know what I've realized? Your predictions within game are now as bad as your predictions out of game. It's like, yeah, you know, he's obviously just not going to stick that one.
Why would he? Oh,
that's the thing, though. I feel like... Firstly, it's almost a flex, but I imagine Durka on the other side is exactly the same. Like, he's just looking at him like, you ain't gonna stick that. You definitely ain't gonna do that versus me.
Yeah.
And then, but that's why it works. Because no one would expect you to do that. It's so ridiculous. And as I said, that's the way that Gambit have almost been looking to disrupt Fnatic, is they've been looking to make plays that, in reality, a lot of the time shouldn't work, but they've been able to make them work just off of pure synergy alone. So... now, whoa, 11-11. I put out a tweet saying, will this be a close map? Most people said no. I don't blame you, especially after the last one. But thank God we finally ended up in a position where we've got a competitive map. It really could go either way for Fnatic. 2 rounds, and they're at Iceland. The tickets can be booked. They can get ready for a first LAN for some of the players maybe in total, but also as a team. For Gambit, it would be elimination.
Destroyed.
Masters champions of the region. It would be a shame to see them go.
God.
That's a lot of damage.
Okay.
Well, Doma's going to be fading away from that to get some flex seal from Magnum. He's right back up on full HP at least, but armor taken away. Your Gambit, Viper's Pit online, but Shadows just 1 away from grabbing himself a big old rocket to send towards them, and he's going to be using that Spectre to rush in while Doma takes down Redguard. Doma's looking for a little bit more as well, but he has to be careful. This player's absolutely everywhere, and he takes one down with a blast pack. Another goes to the orbital strike, and now with the rocket online, it's Shadows that's his next victim. Chronicle running away for dear life as the 1v4 looks unwinnable. A Bulldog in hand with full armor. Saving this might be a priority, or it might not, as he goes down to Boaster. 12-11. 1 round away from securing their spot in Iceland. What a comeback this has been from Fnatic. First of all, Gambit, they've got to be feeling the pressure.
Well, yeah, the scariest thing about this is that we've always raved and ranted about the attacking side from Fnatic. Well, they haven't really used any of those afterplants. That's what made this team so scary. It's been their retakes. Like, Gambit have been able to get the spike down so many times, but playing in the more conventional afterplants just doesn't seem to work for them. They need more space, they need more control. And over the last few rounds, I mentioned Gambit adapting. It seems like Fnatic have as well. They've started to become more prepared. Now, for the attackers, financially, they're in the bin. This is Spectres and a single Guardian. Chronicle needs to channel his inner scream, and they're going to go quickly into the site. The showstopper should be able to open up. He's completely blind. He's just shot the wall. Gets absolutely nothing for it. Magnum is going to pick off 2 instead.
Oh, that feels bad. Shado Snats falling. Chronicle, the last man alive to maintain hope of Iceland. A Guardian in hand. And again, a 1v4 clutch. At least the first goes his way. The recon comes out. He's closing in his distance. Sees the barrel, tries the wall bang, but that just gives away where he is. Now Doma dropping a nade, forcing him out of position. They're toying with their food at this point. And Chronicle, he sees him from the side. The wall bang again, a little bit of damage, but not quite enough. Oh, he is on the verge of death. With every passing second, it seems to get closer. The players now grouping up and ready to push him down. You can feel the tension, and you can feel the victory, because Fnatic have done it. They've knocked out Gambit and secured themselves a spot in Iceland. These guys, they fought long and hard for an organization. They fought to make it into the end of First Strike, and now look at them. They've just eliminated the Masters champions of the CIS and secured themselves that second EMEA spot in the Masters 2. This is unbelievable. I have to say, I'm blown away by Fnatic's performance. I just wish they could have given us a third map out of that one, Tom.
Yeah, no, that was one hell of a map. I don't think it's in contention for what was the map of the day, because that was an incredible way to qualify yourself through to Iceland. I like how Boaster just danced so hard, he manages to knock his camera out of the way, so you couldn't even see it anymore. But yeah, what a performance from Fnatic. And I have to go back to what I said earlier today. Like, if you're talking about the 2 teams from EMEA who are going to be making it to Iceland all the way at the beginning of the qualifiers, if you said Fnatic and Team Liquid, I would have slapped you around the face and called you crazy. But they have come out, they have built like new players into the roster, they have adapted their strategies, and honestly, I'm so excited for EU, EMEA to go over to Iceland and rock everybody's socks off.
This has been an absolutely phenomenal day, a big win for EU, that's for sure. Fnatic making it through. I think a lot of us would have hoped for it. This is a team that we've seen in the EU region for so long, fighting it out. First Strike was a big win for them. They really made that miracle run, and there was conversations around them potentially, you know, that was their lucky run, right? That was the one time that they showed up, but can they really do it again? Well, with some minor roster changes, they've come out looking stronger than ever, and we can say that about Liquid as well. What we do have to say as well, player of the match, a couple of boys up for this one. It's going to be Durka, Doma, and Magnum. Head on over to @ValEsports_EU to vote for which one of these 3 players you think should be going home with the title of player of the match. That is, again, a pretty hard one to pick, so we'll leave it up to you experts at home to get that one done. Tom, I'm going to throw you under the bus, though. I'm not going to state my opinion. Who are you going for?
Oh, I think it has to be Durka. Like, it's boring. I think Doma played a phenomenal game, and I think Magnum's flanks were incredible. But Durka on Icebox, the level of entry fragging he was able to do, just like bringing home so many rounds. And then like the fact that you can predict he's not winning a duel and then walk in and just like 1v4 a retake, like that's where it gets to the point where you kind of have to give this man the props he deserves.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Tom. Certainly no one going to be arguing with you for saying that Durka deserves a player of the match in pretty much any series, but commiserations to Gambit. They've put on a very good show here on Map 2.
Yeah.
I know they're going to be disappointed not making it to Masters after winning their one regionally, but they've definitely done the CIS proud, as we've seen from Turkey coming in as well, with Oxygen making an incredibly deep run and overthrowing some of their comrades like Footballist and BBL. For now, though, we're not quite done. We have to talk a little bit more about that game because there's a lot to break down in that one. So we got to throw it over into the capable hands of the desk, manned and led by good old Yinsu.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Tom as well. You guys were absolutely rock stars today. What a series. Now, Ryan and Lothar, you know, in the first half, it looked a little bit shaky for Fnatic, but Lothar, they brought it back, and they brought it back in style.
First and foremost, congrats, Fnatic. Absolute beasts. Like, they remade basically the entire lineup, and it paid off. But the second map started up very shaky. Like, it felt, for me at least, that Fnatic lost a little bit of the ground. Like here, not checking Redgar's position behind the smoke, a little bit of sloppy plays. I feel like in their minds, they're already in Iceland. You know, already there, already playing on the LAN, and that did cost them the first half. That was the moment where Gambit felt that they're on a on a win streak, but later on they found their stride. And also Derke, that guy, the moment he killed the Viper in the ultimate, that was game changing. That was the map win right there.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit looks so good on their defense as well, so proactive, not letting Fnatic take any form of space. But there was just some absolute heroics towards the end for Fnatic on the defense. It was patient. I think they had like 8 defuses overall on their defense. They were happy to let Gambit go and play aggressively into them because they could hold on. I wanted to see more from Doma. We got to see that. And these final couple of rounds where Boaster comes in with the orbital strike, Doma's holding on for dear life, using the showstopper in the right spot, but Magnum as well. Honestly, my MVP, because he saved the day in that last round. Shados coming in with a showstopper. He gets flashed, completely fluffs his lines. Magnum was so good over on that B site, and Gambit just miss out, unfortunate, but Fnatic played amazingly.
Yeah, okay. This one is hilarious, guys. There was actually a body block on the Viper's snakebite in this game. And I know it's a meme, but it actually happened. Derke body blocked it when Gambit planted outside of showers in the triple box, and it just made me cackle, you know. It was actually hilarious, and he bounced it away from the spike. So it was pretty awesome. But in general, I have to say Gambit played really well. When it comes to Defo, like both guys actually played super well. Magnum and Defo, their utility was game changing, and we're gonna see for sure more Skies in the future, especially coming to Iceland. I feel like Sky is gonna become a meta choice, and I'm super happy to see Liquid and Fnatic represent EU, because it seems like right now they are the best teams in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, just really quickly, I'm with you there, Ryan, in terms of Magnum. Controversial opinion from me, because Derke and Doma had absolutely blinders of a game. They were amazing, but Magnum for me was the silent MVP there today. If we also think back on what he did on Icebox as well, he was very, very impactful there, and here played the Sky beautifully. And as you said, Lothar, we've got our 2 teams going to Iceland, Team Liquid and Fnatic, both of whom, if we cast our eyes back, you know, just a few weeks, not even months, I don't think anybody in EMEA would have thought that these were the 2 teams that will go through. And we will talk about that a little bit later. But first, I know, Ryan, you have a round prepared for us from that last map you wanted to quickly break down.
Yeah, the final rounds as we're sort of going into it, and the areas where Gambit were looking to take it through. Bear in mind that they were 9-3 up at the half. We saw Fnatic pull it back just a little bit. But it was the fact that they allowed so much freedom for Gambit to push through. They sort of noticed, I suppose, the trend that they were playing very aggressively, that Gambit were going in on the executes, using a lot of utility, and sort of going from there. I think just overall, though, it was those kind of moments where it was just fun to watch both teams, I suppose, when it came to how they approached the A-side defense. Because a cool thing to note when you watch what Gambit were doing on their defense, when Fnatic were coming out with Trailblazers and Owl drones, they got flashed instantly by the Sky. Sky was dedicating flashes to making sure that the Owl drone, as it came out of showers, it was scanning around, got no information. Why? Because you had players like Redgar sitting in the corner with a judge sat in the smoke giggling to himself, waiting, and Gambit didn't want to give that information up. Fnatic, they realized that that was a kind of problem for them. You saw Doma standing on kind of the top of the stacks and stuff like that. But he was caught out. He was shot through the wall, took some damage. So they played far back, let the spike go down. On the B site, they kept elbow control and just held it. Remember that round where Redgar teleported in and won their first duel? Fnatic were kind of like, just leave him. Let's not panic. Let's not try and trade that kill because we're going to stagger ourselves and lose out. This is Gambit, bear in mind. And so they sat back, used the Sky utility again from Magnum, and Boaster just went in and went gung-ho to get some of those kills. Like, certainly those last 21, 22, 23 rounds were the ones where Fnatic really showed that they're a worldwide caliber team and they deserve to go to Iceland.
I think, yeah, I think that's the point, right? The way they managed to pull it back. And of course, playing as a team, we saw them release a voice comm a couple weeks ago. I would love to know the voice comm for what was going on today, especially in those last few rounds on Bind. For now, I am going to quickly bring in Fnatic's IGL Boaster for a post-match interview. Hi, Boaster. Welcome back to the show. It's great to have you back under these circumstances. Congratulations, you're going to Iceland.
No, I'm not gonna lie, I am dying. I'm sweating my ass off. That's for sure. But thank you. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Well, you know, not many would have expected this. I don't think many expected this in the past 2 weeks, especially, I guess, over the last month and two before you guys had that roster change. It was looking a little bit dire for you guys. So I guess, what does this mean for you, for all of you, to be able to pull through and see your hard work pay off?
It means so much. I mean, I've been on the grind for years, you know, and I've never really made it to a top level. And like Valorant came out and it was my new big thing. And I was like, I'm going to try go pro one more time. One more time. I kept telling my mum, one more time, please. And then, just this game came out. I was on the grind and I was just hoping that I could get, no one would pick me up. So then I was like, screw it, I'll make my own team. And then bada bing, bada boom, like the team grew. And here we are today going to Iceland. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's crazy, man. Oh, damn. I don't want to cry or anything. That's, I ain't a baby, you know, but like it is bringing a tear up. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm not gonna win. I had a tear in my eye as well. Production had to delay a little bit towards the end of that. But of course, you're going to a LAN. So tell me, Boaster, when was the last time you actually attended a LAN? It's been a while.
I mean, the last LAN was probably a UK LAN, probably an I-Series, you know, like the most competitive LANs of all time, really. But so Iceland, it'll be easy, you know, like stage, easy, been there, done that. But yeah, ages, honestly. I've been vlogging League of Legends pros for a whole year and 3 seasons, a year and 3 months, like wanting to be on that stage. So now that I actually made it onto a stage, it's like a huge, like, wow factor.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see you play up there. And last question, you, Fnatic and Team Liquid, the two teams that will be representing us at Iceland for EMEA. Now, earlier, you know, Yampy was a little bit confident. You know, he feels like they're going to do pretty well on the international stage. How do you feel about your chances there? And also, which region are you most looking forward to facing?
So as you know, I've been spamming the VODs, you know, trying to get as much stuff as I can to prep us for this event and qualify us. And I'd say of the VODs that I've watched, I'm quite looking forward to playing against NA because why not? You know, like they got the experience, they definitely got the individual skill. You got Korea like dashing with their jets and stuff. Like honestly, I don't care who I play. I'm just happy I made it, and I hope that I get like a few wins at the LAN and you know like popping off and whatnot. And that's it really. Just hoping that like we own it.
Yeah, as you do. Well, thank you very much, Boaster, for joining me. It is always a delight to have you on the show. And congratulations once again. Like I said, you're going to Iceland.
We're going to Iceland, baby. Whip, whip. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, let's bring Ryan and Lothar back. It's really hard to match that energy. And yeah, you guys can see what that meant to him. And Ryan, you know, what a story. Going from giving up CSGO, moving into League of Legends to be a vlogger, picking up this Valorant team, making his own team, and now leading Fnatic to go to Iceland.
Yeah, Sage Ult, my nan, is going to Iceland of all things. So yeah, I mean, it's also such a good thing when it comes to the pickup time for Durka and Magnum. Like, obviously we've raved about Durka, and I've been talking, mad stuff about how Magnum's been playing, but it's just the timing of those moves. And I think what you have to bear in mind as well is Iceland's good and all, but this is a huge amount of points that both Fnatic and Team Liquid can get on the board for the Champions event at the end of the year, right? They can now overtake teams like FPX and Gambit that did really well in Masters 1 just by at least even finishing bottom of Masters 2, right? So the fact that they get this far is not only a great event, the first ever international LAN that we're going to see in Valorant, but also when you're looking at the end of the year with Valorant's Worlds, I guess you could call it, they actually overtake quite a lot of beefy teams in the region. If they do okay in stage 3, they might have booked the ticket to the major at the end of the year too. So it's even bigger in that retrospect as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, going to Iceland, being one of the 2 EMEA teams is going to give them a massive boost on the whole. But before we move on and talk about that a little bit, I just want to announce that, surprise, surprise, Durka is your player of the match. He has been one of, if not on par with the likes of Stream when it comes to consistency for his team, Lothar.
Oh yeah, Durka, although he didn't have the most first bloods today because that was Boaster with 8, Durka with 5, but he was on a tear, and it's not even the amount of kills that he got. In overall those 2 maps, he had 43, so it's plus 15 over his deaths. But it's not about the amount of the frags that he did, it's the impact that he did with those frags. And still, I mentioned that round on Bind where he just went in, killed Naz in his ultimate in the Viper Pit, and then got a kill with double shock dart on Defo. Those moments define a player that is game-changing for a team. And we have seen that in the previous matches, we have seen that in this match. Durka and Magnum, as an addition to Fnatic, revitalized the lineup, made the growth possible, and it's fantastic to see because in my eyes, Fnatic right now, with Durka spearheading this as the the star of the team, they have the mindset that they're gonna still grow, still find new strategies, still adapt to the metagame, and I cannot be more happy to see Fnatic represent EU on Iceland.
Yeah, I mean, 2 European teams as well. I mean, I'm personally a little bit smug when it comes to that, but I think it definitely could have gone either way. I mean, Gambit, what a team. I know they couldn't get their results that they desired today, but this is a team I feel like everyone now has a reason to fear. We heard about them being really good, we heard about them being scary, and now they've really proved themselves. Now, Ryan, earlier you touched on, what this means for the teams that will be attending Iceland. And of course, we need to look beyond that. We need to look beyond Masters because at the end of the year, we have champions. So being the 2 teams going there now, picking up those really, really valuable points is really going to help them. And as we know, Ryan, is a minimum 150 points just for attending.
Yeah, exactly, right? And you have teams like FPX that have fallen off a little bit. Ascend didn't even make the EMEA Challengers Finals to get any form of points. It's a great chance for them to perform well. And like I mentioned, with stage 3, if they can get to that Masters event, wherever on Earth it's going to be, they booked themselves a good amount of points. They have to be careful for the obvious Turkish teams and the CIS teams that had their own regional finals in Masters 1, Gambit, Fubalis that have 100 points. But the fact that they're not going to Iceland is a huge opportunity for Team Liquid and Fnatic to lead the line, automatically book their space when it comes to the Champions event at the end of the year, and just do really solidly. It is a big focus to do well at Reykjavik to, prove that EU is a strong region in comparison to North America and Korea, but don't lose eyes on the prize, and that's the end of the year with that Champions event.
Oh yeah, 100%. But also, guys, we can't ignore the fact that there is going to be a grand final best of 5 tomorrow, and Lothar, it's a rematch grand finals best of 5 from Team Liquid and Fnatic because they faced each other 2 weeks ago in this the exact same matchup.
Oh yeah, and it was a 3-1 for Fnatic, by the way.
It was, yeah.
It was on Icebox, Ascent, Bind, and Split. We didn't see Haven, and Haven on Liquid right now, very scary. So, honestly, I'm looking really forward to the final because that's gonna be, for the first time in a grand final, gonna have Liquid and Fnatic. We're probably not gonna see much more innovation because I'm sure that those teams will like to prepare those for the LAN. Man, I can't believe I'm actually saying this. First LAN for Valorant. This is such a hype moment. It's this this month, right? It's actually insane how close this is. So tomorrow's grand final, looking forward to that. I'm super happy to see the metagames shift, and just cannot wait.
And Ryan, I guess last thoughts from you when it comes to our 2 finalists for tomorrow as well, and beyond at Masters 2.
I mean, the momentum sort of building for those 2 teams. They made real big steps in Challengers 2 of Stage 2. A bit late to the party, but they're on a real tough run of form, and it's going to be difficult for any teams around the world to stop them. We're going to get some great games at Reykjavik and Masters 2, and I can't wait to see Team Liquid and Fnatic represent the best region in Valorant, let's say.
I cannot wait either. Well, now we have the 2 teams who are going to be going to Iceland from EMEA, but North America are also about to see who they will be sending. Of course, next up, we're going to have Sentinels versus Cloud9 Blue in the upper bracket finals. I'm just going to say it, you two, good luck to these teams. You know, over here at EMEA, we've shown a lot of what we can do. So you guys are going to have to really bring your A game. But that is not everything, because tomorrow we will have the grand finals between Fnatic and Team Liquid. We'll see you then.
Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Everybody round, everybody round here, know we get hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a giddy crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a giddy crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody